Lights flashing bright from the shadows we arise, with the truth in our hands under perilous skies. Every story told is a battle we fight. Through the darkness and the fear, we bring the light. In the chaos, in the flames, we'll stand tall, with the courage to reveal through the rise and the fall. From the embers of the war to the echoes of the call, we're the eyes of the world and we'll never stall. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. From the ruins and the wreckage, every story's told. Through the tears and the heartbreak, the bravery unfolds. In the darkest hours, when the world's torn apart, KLW brings the stories straight from the heart. With the cameras rolling through the wreckage and the pain, we capture the reality while the world remains. Every angle, every moment in the line of fire, we're the pulse of the battlefield, never to tire. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. Through the smoke and the ruins, we'll pierce the veil. With every breath we take and every tale, we're the heartbeat of the conflict in the shadowed frail. With KLW's vision, the truth won't fail. Stand firm, we're the beacon in the fray. Through the dust and the fury, we'll light the way. In the fight for the truth, where the heroes lay. KLW, the story's here to stay. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. So here's to the courage and the tales we unfold. In the heart of the conflict, our story's told. KLW, with the truth we hold. In the fire of the war, our legacy bold.
You can't handle the truth!
KLW World News coming to you live. We just got this, folks. This was the last public appearance or last speech of the Ayatollah.
And then I'm like, this baby motherfucker better not blow up by nuclear shit, or I'm gonna go loco on this bitch. And then he blows up all my nuclear shit, and I'm like, call my generals. And they tell me, they're all dead, sir. And I'm like, assemble the army. And they're like, they're dead too, sir. So then I'm like, launch the friggin' missiles. And they're like, sir, they're gone, sir. So I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, this baby mother.
Yeah, well, here's General Keaton. General Keane, excuse me.
Yeah, sure. Well, thanks for having me on here. Let me frame this a little bit. First of all, why are we doing this operation? And the president's been pretty clear about what's happening here. First of all, the administration, as well as Prime Minister Netanyahu, came to the conclusion that despite the success of the 12-day war and Midnight Hammer taking down a nuclear enterprise, the Iranians weren't about to change who they are and what they intended to do in terms of their objectives. The evidence was clear. They were rapidly recovering their missile program. This is short-range and medium-range missiles. They had a few thousand. They were increasing that by additional thousands. And that became a very dangerous element in of itself. Secondly, they made a decision to recover their nuclear program, but nothing consequential in terms of actions taken, but the intent was there. Third, they began to fuel and support their proxies with money and also with weapons and munitions. In other words, Iran, despite the 12-day war and what was done to them, they weren't changing one bit. Their aspirations, their goals, their objectives were going to remain the same despite all the negotiations, the posturing, all the rest of it. So that is number one. And that is why we're doing this. Secondly, is we put, by establishing a condition-based operations, which we're conducting, this could last 2 to 3 weeks based on the conditions. And what are those conditions? Those conditions, we want to set the conditions for a regime collapse. So we're starting with leaders, both civilian and military, and national parliamentarians and military leaders. The results of that will likely take days to sort out. No confirmation yet on the Ayatollah and his son, but yes, they were targeted. But it's so much more than that. It's the entire infrastructure that sustains this regime. That's on the political side in terms of its legislature, all the agencies that support the regime, and on the military security side, the IRGC, the Bas-el militia, the police infrastructure, the entire defense industrial base, wherever those manufacturing centers are, they intend to deliberately and methodically strip away all this capability that sustains this regime. And if it takes 2 to 3 weeks to do that, so be it. That is the plan. At the same time, taking down their military capability. And what is that? It is largely their short-range and medium-range missiles. They began very weakly in response to the attack, and that surprised us because we thought they were ready and they were going to, as advertised in terms of intelligence, conduct a massive response at U.S. bases and also at the Israelis. Did not happen, but now they are stepping up those attacks. But there's a huge focus on the launchers and the ballistic missile storage sites and the very missiles themselves. And we're killing systems even when they're in a launch position. That's how responsive the Israelis and the Americans are being here. Also, all the naval capability where they can go out and do harm to our ships and also disrupt the Persian Gulf. Those are largely the military targets that are underway here. And I must say, this is a condition-based campaign to set this region on a path, the regime on a path to collapse, in addition to bringing down once and for all their capabilities to do harm in the region. Those are the two things. Another data point for you. Within 3 or 4 days, we'll expect the potential suspects of Qatari, Turkey, Egypt to say we should have a ceasefire. Let's make a deal and have a ceasefire. We'll have politicos in our own country doing the same. We have no casualties as of the time I came on this show, U.S. casualties. We may indeed have some casualties by then. It's expected that we likely will, realistically, in dealing with this regime who does have some capability to retaliate. But what we have to stay focused on, even though these overtures are going to be there, let's stop the fighting, let's stop the killing, is we got to accomplish our military objectives first, and then certainly an end to those hostilities and work with what's ever left in Iran so we can bend them to our will. That's kind of where we are.
Very well done, General. Thank you for that. Follow-up question. The Israelis have the back of the Americans and vice versa, the Americans in Israel. The Americans also have suggested that they'll defend Kuwait and Bahrain and Qatar. With regard to Iran, who will come to Iran's defense, if anyone? When you think about the Chinese that have had a cooperation relationship with them, the Russians more so than the Chinese, but you would suggest that they are on that side of the ledger. Absent that, who would defend Iran?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think the 12-day war gives us some insight here, Bill. The reality is Russia and China did nothing. North Korea did nothing to assist Iran. Hezbollah, When I was talking to the operational planner and oversight of the mission every single day, after 3 or 4 days, I mean, he wrote the plans and oversaw the operations. I said, how come Hezbollah hasn't fired back? Did we destroy all their missiles? He said, sir, they got a couple thousand missiles still left. He said, the reality is we broke their will. We decapitated so many of their leaders, they don't want to get into this thing. I suspect that's still where Hezbollah is today. The Israelis have warned them, you stay out of this fight and we will do no harm. The Houthis are another matter. They have less allegiance. They call their own shots. I suspect if the Ayatollah is in fact killed, they may get into this fight to some degree. But listen, we are prepared for Hezbollah joining the fight. We are prepared for the Houthis if they get in the fight. And believe me, while they have some capability, what we will do to them would be quite devastating. And I think they truly know what is at hand here based on the evidence we've been demonstrating for weeks now in terms of the buildup, and they certainly know the resources that the Israelis have. And so this, by the way, so our audience understands, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces, they are the two most proven militaries on the planet. And we have come together to conduct a combined offensive operation to achieve finite military objectives. And we are going to achieve those objectives, believe me.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
All right, sorry guys, I'm in the middle of a couple things here. Give me one moment. And this is
Yeah,
the
sure.
other one.
Well,
No,
thanks
that's
for
not
having
it.
me on here.
It's this one. This is the other
General,
one.
how do you think the campaign is going so far?
Well, first of all, I want to credit President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu for the courage that they have displayed here in seizing the historic opportunity. They knew, number one, that the Iranian regime has never been more vulnerable and weaker. And number two, that they were not going to change at all. They have been recovering their missile program rapidly. They have continued to support the proxies. They made the decision to recover their nuclear program, although they haven't acted on it in any consequential way. And they knew that something had to be done, or we're going to throw this regime a lifeline for the next 10 years. They were not about to do that. So what we have on our hands now is a very comprehensive air campaign that's taken place. Listen, we have the two most proven militaries in the world who are conducting their first combined offensive operation together. Admiral Cooper is a proven commander in the Middle East. He commands Central Command. He took over from another capable General Kurilla. He and the IDF have been working on this for months. The details in this campaign are extraordinarily impressive. This is not about days. This is about weeks. This is a major campaign designed to set the conditions for regime collapse. The beginning of the campaign is leaders, and they worked on that. Obviously, civilian and military leaders. Next is air defense systems. Take them down so that our air has complete freedom of action throughout all of Iran. That will be achieved. There is no doubt about that. And then an orchestration of a series of targets in a general sense. The entire infrastructure that sustains this regime will be deliberately and methodically taken apart. From the IRGC, Quds Force, to the Basil militia, to the police, to the entire command and control system that is helping to prop up this regime. We will attack it kinetically, and we will attack it with cyber capability. And obviously, as being reported, the missiles are a major concern. They are short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles. They are a primary target, and they are under attack as we speak. There's also short-range rockets in the hands of the Iranians, and they have thousands of drones. It's unlikely they will use the drones as they did in the past, fly them 6 to 8 hours towards Israel when all of our fighters sit there and wait and put every one of them down, except for one. They will likely use those drones on U.S. bases with their short-range rockets and short-range ballistic missiles. And we are prepared to do that, and the president is right to prepare the American people for casualties here. The Iranians do have a capability, and they obviously have the ability to retaliate, and retaliate they are already doing. But so far, the response from them is weaker than we anticipated it to be, and that is good news. You've got to give credit here for what is happening with our troops and their fortitude and forbearance, as well as the IDF. They are out there risking their lives to do what? To finally, once and for all, to take this diabolical regime off the board that has so killed Americans, destabilized the region, killed tens of thousands of their own citizens that have been in existence almost 50 years. Credit again President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu for seizing this opportunity to achieve that historic end state.
General, what is the military strategic benefit from starting the campaign in the morning, in daylight?
What we've been trying to achieve here is a degree of tactical surprise. In a sense, certainly the negotiations help to achieve some of that. And some other posturing that has been going on. Some of this has been by design. Some of it has been reality. The tactical surprise that we're seeking is not necessarily to take down a missile storage site, but to kill leaders. That was what we were trying to achieve. In other words, you go after the leaders before you even go after the air defense systems that would protect the pilots. And they were likely using standoff weapon systems off the coast of Iran to go after those leaders. The intelligence we have on those leaders is exquisite. Can't get into the details of it. and hopefully we were able to accomplish most of that in doing it. It's impossible, obviously, to get all the leaders that we're targeting. And obviously, this operation leaked somehow because media was all over it all last night and yesterday afternoon, and that is unfortunate. And hopefully that didn't give some of these leaders the opportunity to get to an alternate site.
General, you haven't talked about any naval operation. And what about the Strait of Hormuz? That's what they say they're going to try to shut down. There's a fear they'll try to mine. We also got a report about 90 minutes ago. The Houthis made it clear they're going to start attacking us and starting tapping ships and Israel.
Yeah, I left out the naval piece is important. We're taking down their naval infrastructure. So, one, they cannot attack, our ships in any way, even as using it as a suicide. They have many patrol boats and also interfere with Gulf oil operations. So, yes. And there's other targets, specific targets. I'm talking about general targets here that we're not going to go into because they're going to unfold as this campaign continues.
How long do you think the campaign lasts?
Weeks, not days.
General, lastly, do you target the oil?
Say again?
Do you target their oil?
I'm not getting into the specific target list like that.
General Jack Keane, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Historic time.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
All right, folks, I got something to show you here. Can't hardly see it now because the clouds just got in the way. Hopefully they'll clear up here. Just a moment. Let me make sure that I did. Not too far out here. That's cloud cover. Okay, well, I got a surprise for you coming up here. Oh, wow, the audio is not even on there. My mic audio is not even on that screen. We got to fix that too. All right, let me know, but I got to transition here. All right, sorry about that, folks. We were attempting to show you the spooky cam, and we had it all perfectly lined up to go along with the end of that segment. And about 3 seconds before the segment ended, a large bank of clouds went across and obscured the moon completely. However, as soon as they have moved out of the way, we're going to give you guys a shot of the moon. So I'm going to be mooning you all a little later. Now, I want to get back to Keane, and I have not had the opportunity. I've got Racer working on system as we speak, so I'm a little limited in my controls as to what I can do, but we're going to break down. I've got maps of Iran. We've got the flight plans, or the flight paths of the aircraft coming in, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner. I can do that. There we go. So we've got the aircraft coming in. Again, we have Iran with aircraft up. NATO 09 is still just north of Iraq and Syria. And again, we have a parade of refuelers towards Iran, so, or excuse me, towards Israel. So it's going to be interesting to see what their flight path is when they get out over the Med. Put your mic, all right. Okay, there we go. Ooh, we're starting to see it, maybe. Are we? I see a little something up there. No, not yet. We'll keep trying. When it comes out, you're in for a show. All right. So, in addition to that, we have sights and sounds over Tel Aviv, I-24, and whatever we're going to bring you here. But we're going to keep a close eye on all of the aircraft. Again, NATO up here and everything going on down here. Do we have a P-8 here? Would you imagine that? There's a P-8. All right, so let the games begin. As it's going to be morning over there shortly. And let me see if I can do this. Yeah, I am, and problem is, I think what I'm seeing is delayed. Well, the other problem is the clouds are going back out again. We're going back in again. That's not going to work. All right, sorry guys, we're still trying to set this up for you here in the background. It'll be a great shot when we get it here for you. What I did want to do, it's going to blow that up when I do it. All right, so let's see here. All right, it ain't back yet, Racer. Let me know if you see that. Can you keep an eye on that? All right, can we move that up here? Or actually, yeah, okay. There we go. All right, so we have the sights and sounds of Tel Aviv, I-24, flight radar, and then I've got a couple other things I'm going to bring into here. Now, one of the things that I wanted to bring in was something that I had mentioned earlier. About someone who was a member or was supposed to be. Could be a member if they're not already. Had sent to me some mapping work that they were working on. Yeah, and this was the other map that I wanted to have up for you guys. And so we can compare this to the other map that I am retrieving now. Are you kidding me? Bomb, 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 Iran. They claim I played for 12 seconds when I know damn well that I only played it for 8. Excuse me. They claim I played it for 10 seconds when I know damn well that I only played it for 8. I watched the clock as it played. And when I um, played it in the show earlier today, they're already claiming a copyright uh, claim against me. That show's only ended, what? With the time racer, the time we've been on here, an hour ago. Show ended an hour ago, and they've already gave me a copyright strike for bomb, 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 Iran. You did, but it's not in. It's not on here, and they got me for, yeah. I need to have it loaded in here, and I don't know where it's at, and that's on the other machine, not on this machine. Yeah, we need to copy everything from uh the 2 stream decks in the studio at the house. We need to copy the 2 big stream decks there. We need to copy them onto these other 2 stream decks up here. All right, well, one of them then, the first one. You've already got it here. You've already got you've already got most of it done. They just need the correct logos and then don't worry, it's just something else to do. All right, so folks, I'm not talking to myself. I'm actually talking to Racer here in the background. So yeah, it's the likes. So we got 322 of you in here. Welcome aboard. Is the stream better this time than it was last time? Where are we in that? Is it still buffering like a bitch? It says you need to change your video resolution. Current resolution is 3840 by 2160. I don't know where it gets that from. That's not what I'm sending it. All right, good. Well, it's better. Well, that's what we do it for. All right, so I had earlier here. See if I can find it here because I'm not finding it there. right, now I can do this. All right, sorry guys, it was in the wrong file. And so because of that, it wasn't on this machine. All right, where do we want to put this? Here is good as any. All right, so here we have Iran. Let's see what we've got as far as incidents and locations. And more than likely, this is good as any. The noise you hear in the background is the actual ambient noise from Tel Aviv. All right, so that is an Iranian. Now, that camera there in the background tells you that they knew they were going to hit there. Yeah, one right before it hits, one when it hits, and then one showing the detonation. Pretty interesting that the camera was already pointed in that direction and focused for that direction to take that image. This is when you know that the folks who are taking the pictures are part of the folks who are firing the missiles. Here's Patriots in action. I was impressed by this.
Fuck yeah.
One more time.
Fuck yeah. What the fuck?
Gotta love it. I didn't see any guns, right? Nobody else saw any guns? This is the image that they are claiming is from a ship that was hit. But again, I doubt there was a U.S. vessel this close to shore. Additionally, seeing the superstructure on the back of this looks more like a container ship or something of that nature getting hit, as opposed to them saying a U.S. warship. I don't see that. Well, there's a little, when you zoom in close on it, I mean, I got it on a pretty good size screen here. But it kind of looks like a superstructure on the back side of it, with the main bridge and the wings coming out on the sides and the explosion out towards the bow. It's kind of what it looks like to me, but hey, I don't have it way zoomed in. But anyway, there's a lot going on out there, that's for sure. And in that, there's a lot of propaganda as well. That was... So this is the Iranian, again, the Iranian missile on Jordan is the one we were looking at earlier. And there's Pakistan with MLRS. I've told people many times. Pakistan was there. And yeah, the leader was there. Oh, by the way, this is a new video from the Iranian Navy. There's Patriot batteries again. Wouldn't it be interesting? That's you're out shopping, and that's what you see in the sky overhead.
Yeah, Martha, good afternoon. First responders are still digging through the rubble and debris looking for survivors. First responders also tell us that one woman was killed and 20 civilians wounded in this ballistic missile strike. I'm going to step out of the frame.
Right, from what I understand, it's now 1 killed and a total of 40 injured.
Frame here so that you can see just the amount of damage that one single missile can cause. In the distance there, where you see a flashlight on the ground, you can see the crater where the ballistic...
And I love it. They show this for Tel Aviv, but yet this happens multiple times a day in Ukraine. And, well, you don't see it like this.
Missile slammed into, and these first responders are actually inside of the crater at the moment. They are likely looking to make sure that there is no warhead or a cluster munition that is unexploded. But you can see this scene. There are hundreds in this entire area of first responders, firefighters, police, and medical teams who have been working to evacuate any civilians from this street. And again, that crater there just shows you how big of an impact this is and how much damage it could cause. This is an apartment building that was damaged, and as we got here, the building next to it was still on fire. There were flames spewing from the windows, and we saw 2 people pulled from the rubble of the building next door. They were able to walk. One man's face was bloodied. But again, this gives you a sense of just how dynamic this situation is, despite the fact that people in Israel saw the news that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was killed, along with 40 senior leaders from the Islamic Republic. They are dealing now with the response to those strikes from the United States and Israel, a direct attack on Israeli population centers. And it's not just Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. It's also the northern city of Haifa that sits along the Mediterranean. It's the city of Jerusalem. Martha, you and I have been here together, and you know the complexity of this city and the people and the culture. People are afraid today. We arrived on scene, and there were more incoming ballistic missiles. You saw mothers picking up their kids, people picking up their pets and trying to carry them into a building to get shelter underground. It was a random office building that they went into, but they were stepping over glass and debris 2 blocks away from here because the blast wave from this ballistic missile was so huge that it caused damage to structures at that distance. And so again, we are joining you here from an impact site of a ballistic missile that was fired from Iran and directly hit Israel's second largest city. First responders say 1 woman was killed at this site, at least 20 others wounded. Martha?
Yeah, Trey, it just goes to the fact that this missile system, the missile deflection system, the Iron Dome and David's sling, so effective that I think people become almost, somewhat immune to thinking that any of these will get through. But it makes you realize how essential that system is, and without it, Israel would hardly exist at this point with all of the missiles that they've been able to deflect. You look at the damage of just one that made it through.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as this was coming in, we were live on Fox, and you heard the explosion. Right away, John Roberts knew it was a direct impact. You can just tell from the noise that it makes and the blast force across the city. What we didn't know was what was hit and how much damage there was. At the same time, we saw those interceptions taking place. Israel has a tiered missile defense system from the Iron Dome to David's sling to the Arrow 2 and 3 system, along with the THAAD and Patriot American systems that were provided to the Israelis in preparation for a possible conflict developing. And so this layered air defense plays a critical role in Israel, and it is saving lives as we speak. But again, this is just starting, Martha, and while the Iranians have been hit hard, their supreme leader has been killed, they still have a significant ballistic missile arsenal, and they plan to use it.
Yeah, and as we heard earlier, some of these systems are programmed to just continue sending these missiles, even in the event that leadership is taken out, and that is what we're witnessing now. Trey Yingst, thank you very much. We'll come back to you in a bit. Thank you, Trey.
So yes, the X on the building represents the team, who went in, the time, so on and so forth. That's the international standard to show that that building has been X'd. Search and rescue, if you're a NATO country, a European country, or a North or South American country, that's the pattern that you're taught. So as that international searcher know exactly what's going on with that building at a glance. I knew it at one time. I have forgotten it. It's been a long, long time since I used it. But yeah, that's what we put on the fronts of buildings when we go in. Everything we search gets marked when we're done and says who, when, where, why, what we got.
So joining me
Martha,
now.
if you're,
yes, yeah, go ahead, Trey.
Martha, if you're still with me,
yes.
We have a police spokesman that I can bring to you live here. If you can just stay with me one moment. Just stay with me one moment. We're going to show you the scene here as you and I talk while we find this police spokesman. Just one moment, Martha. But the spokesman that we're going to talk to is a man that we met during the 12-day war. And his name is Dean Elsdon, and he is someone who has been able to speak on behalf of the police, but also on behalf of the Israeli people. He actually appeared in one of the Fox Nation documentaries that we did, and he is here on the scene, and we can get an update from him about what exactly happened here and what we know. So if you could just give me 30 more seconds here, Martha, we're going to be able to bring this to you in one moment.
We're just watching as they check out the blast zone area that Trey was telling us about moments ago, where this ballistic missile landed from Iran as part of the retaliation in Tel Aviv. And as we were
this is
just
going to
talking
go on
about,
for
we
weeks.
see how effective this dome system is, but you can see that it is absolutely existential to Israel to have this enormous dome system, because this one missile that got through has destroyed this building, many cars on the ground as a result of it. One woman is dead as they continue. Obviously, they're still continuing to go through this rubble, and 20 wounded. Trey, we're with you. We hear you.
Yep, I'm with you here, Martha. And again, this is Dean. He is the international police spokesman, and he arrived just now on the scene. Dean, we have unfortunately been here before. What do we know about tonight?
Well, you know, what the world knows is that the Iranian regime loves to target its own civilians, and clearly they don't differentiate between Israeli civilians. We're at a very rough scene. We can confirm that there is one fatality at this time. The number of casualties is growing. Right now it's above 20, but obviously it's a dynamic number. It can change. Our police officers have been working since the early morning. Our patrol units have been going around to different scenes. Our bomb disposal experts have been on standby, and they're working right now to remove dangerous fragments to allow the other rescue teams to go inside. We've rescued a number of civilians from the building behind me over here and the surrounding area, and we're going to continue scanning the different buildings that are close by to make sure that nobody was affected by this impact.
And lastly, could you just tell us about the alert level for the police force here in Israel? Obviously, this is a dynamic situation, incoming missile fire each and every hour. What are your officers doing to ensure that civilians are safe amid this time?
Well, we train for these types of things year-round. We've raised our alert level to the highest level so that we can best prepare and best service our civilians. Our patrol units aren't just sitting around. We're doing active patrols. All of our specialized units are active right now. We've brought in our reserve battalions as well and our standby units to all be in the streets. Our main focus is to get to our civilians as fast as possible, to service them as fast as possible, but it is also their responsibility to listen to the instructions of home front command, because as we saw last time, it saves lives.
Dean, thank you very much. Martha, I'm going to toss it back to you, but again, a dynamic situation here where unfortunately we can report one woman was killed when a ballistic missile slammed into an apartment building in Tel Aviv.
Okay, Trey, thank you very much, and thanks to him as well. Joining me now is former
All right, yeah, a lot going on here tonight, folks. And I think we're going to see a whole lot more. Here's the shot of the hotel getting hit by the Shaheed drone.
Что-то сгорело, смотри. Это, по-моему, какой-то огонь. Там что-то прям за буршем сейчас загорелось. И очень сильный взрыв был. Demedim burayı vuracak.
Not good. This was in the Dubai airport. This was in the Dubai airport earlier when it got hit by, I believe, a Shaheed drone. And over here is damage from the last strike that the U.S. did. I love how they've updated that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I'm going to have to go through here and identify out. Yeah, so here's another missile launch site. I just pull them right up and fire them right off. And here's the underground base. See all of the tunnels, and each one of these needs a tomahawk. See all these entrances here? Let me get see. See all of these entrances here? They all need a tomahawk. This is how they had them. There aren't that many here. There's an entrance. There's an entrance. You know, Put a bunker buster on each one of those. Put one right in here. Now these are sites for launching right here, and they're all underground right here. They can pull out, go into the bunkers here and launch from each one of these sites right here. Then they've got underground sites as well, where there's holes in the sides of the mountains. Oh, he's got a picture of the missile there. We need to edit that. Oops. All right. Well, that's I'm gonna have to go through this whole thing and label everything up. With mine, I'm going to send him mine so he can start doing that in the future. But this will give you an idea of the targets that are available, a target-rich environment. Now, the other thing that, yeah, we're still tracking the Strato tankers. What it means, is there any news on them? We're tracking them live right there. But what do you want to know? So here's Mother NATO. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it ain't the three amigos. All right, so let me see if I can get you. The other one here, I wanted to see what Fox was saying right now. All right, yeah, so there's more explosions. Let's see what we got back here a little bit. Actually, I'm going to be better off the way I was before.
Something deeply consequential is happening inside the Western Alliance right now, and it has nothing to do with military capability or defense budgets or weapons systems. For the first time in decades, the political divisions within NATO member states are becoming as significant a factor in Russian strategic planning as the alliance's military strength. Retired four-star General Jack Keane, whose assessments of great power competition have consistently proven more accurate than conventional diplomatic analysis, has identified a pattern in Russian behavior that suggests Moscow views internal Western political divisions not as incidental background noise, but as strategic fuel that can be harvested and weaponized to achieve objectives that military confrontation alone could never accomplish. This is not just another observation about polarization or partisan.
Are you kidding me? That's AI. That's scary. That is scary. That's AI. Wow. That's AI too.
When patient care is your top priority, you need to prove for how we are empowering the...
He knows what's going on. Any indication from your friends?
Well, I think the negotiations as we see unfolding are running its course. And, you know, I really think the negotiations are leading nowhere. And the reason is Iran is it based on an ideology, and these are diabolical leaders that are obsessed with their own ideology, and you're not going to change them. One, they want to recover their nuclear capability that was destroyed. And despite any negotiations to the contrary, where they would agree, even with verification, they would still try to recover at a secret site someplace. Two, they're already recovering their ballistic missiles, and that's one of the concerns we have. We want to stop that as soon as possible. Number two, they're already supporting the proxies in the region, and they want them to get back the capability so they can do what? So they can attack Israel and also disrupt things in the region. And Iran has already demonstrated, John, that they're willing to kill as many people as necessary for them to stay in power. So no matter what the outcome of the negotiations, in my judgment, Iran is never going to abide by any of it. And we have a 46-year history of them lying and cheating. Therefore, the preferred option is a military option, a combined strike with Israel and the United States that's very comprehensive to put this regime once and for all to set the conditions for their collapse. And I think that is absolutely achievable.
General, what kind of targets do you think you would be looking at? You know, that we would hit, that Israel would hit. What would you think are the Revolutionary Guard headquarters? What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, I think they're pretty obvious. I'm not talking about any insight that I may particularly have here. Just looking at it from experience and what has been done already in the 12-day war, I think when you start with leadership, it would likely be civilian and military. The Israelis the last time was largely all military and nuclear scientists. I think both civilian national and military leaders be included. The entire infrastructure that sustains the regime would likely be deliberately and methodically dismembered. This would be the IRGC Quds Force, the Basel militia, the police infrastructure itself, even the defense industrial base that sustains all of this, I think would all be likely targets. And obviously, their retaliation means is short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles, rockets, and the hundreds, if not thousands, of drones that they have at their storage sites. And also, whatever attempts they may be making to recover their nuclear program. I mean, there are likely other targets, certainly beyond what I'm thinking about here. I mean, we have excellent planners. You saw what the Israelis did for 12 days. Add to that the United States planners as well, complementing each other. The targets would be comprehensive for sure. And I think we're literally setting the conditions for a regime collapse.
Well, I guess we just have to wait and see. General, what do you think?
We don't have much choice, John.
No, not much choice.
General, I'm curious. You talk about sort of the next step. and just like there seems to be a little bit of
well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning in Iran now,
Right.
so likelihood of tonight is probably gone already.
Is it gone already, General?
Yeah, this was recorded yesterday, by the way.
Is what gone already?
Is the window if it were to be tonight?
Well, I don't have any insight as to when it's going to be.
We're just talking in general.
Yeah,
we're just talking in general. Yeah, you know, the other thing I'm thinking too, General, is I'm wondering, you know, you hear sort of the what's next. There seems to be there's a couple different groups that are warring for sort of what's next. How important is it to line up the what's next, or what are you hearing? Like you hear Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah, but then you also hear there's other groups, right? There's all these groups, and that's why there seems to be a number of different folks or different groups that are sort of looking for a position. Do you need to have sort of a clear group, or what are you hearing? What's next?
Well, first of all, we're making too much out of what is next. Even when we took down regimes using ground forces so we would be decisive about removing that regime, and I'm talking about Panama in '89 with Noriega, '94 in Haiti, restoring Aristide to power, 2001 in Afghanistan, 2003 in Iraq. Even when you do that and you're making a conscious regime change, the future is you always struggle for what that future will be. And we've seen that in those kind of conflicts. We make too much out of the fact that, well, we don't know who is going to be in charge. Well, we do know a couple of things that are pretty factual. Most authoritarian regimes that get deposed, either by their own people or by force, lead to another authoritarian regime. And that's likely to be the case. And hopefully they would be nationalistic leaders as opposed to these ideological, diabolical leaders we have right now. I think that would likely be the case. And whoever it is, we would likely have the opportunity to bend them to our will, much as we're doing in Venezuela and Afghanistan.
Exactly. That's what I was just thinking of. Yep.
And we'll have huge leverage over them, to be sure, given the devastation that we have just wreaked on them. And we have people out there, the situation is ambiguous. We don't know what the decisive outcome is going to be. Well, let me tell you, folks, that's the nature of war itself. And that's the reality of what we're dealing with. It doesn't mean that we don't do the operation. Let's just reverse this and say, let's say we don't do anything. So what have we just done once we make that decision? We have thrown a lifeline to this regime, and we're likely going to have it for another 10 years. Does that make any sense to anybody, given how weak they are, how vulnerable they are right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Zero cents.
Zero cents. Jack, we agree. General, thank you so much. Great points, Jack. Thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you, General.
Keep us posted.
Let's stay in touch.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But here's a big one you need to hear. Billions.
Yeah, billions. All right, well, we've still got our refuelers headed in towards Israel here. The night is not over yet, folks.
That's the amount of money.
Rural Americans deserve access to the best of what our nation has to offer, especially health care. Across every state and every care, delivering.
Nobody really knows what's going on. Any indication from your friends?
Well, I think the negotiations, as we see unfolding, are running this course. And, you know, I really think the negotiations are leading nowhere. And the reason is Iran is it based on an ideology, and these are diabolical leaders that are obsessed with their own ideology. And
Yeah, it looks like there's a second round going in here. I don't see. Let's get rid of everybody but this guy. And he is at 39. He's not going into there. He's not going into Israel. Not at 39,000 feet, that close off the shore. And see here, there is Turkey with a drone. And what do you think they're doing with that drone? They're counting the aircraft coming across. This is why Turkey had up 6 drones out here last night. Well, good luck on counting the stealth ones. Let's see something here. Hey, Jack.
Yes, sir.
How many stealth aircraft are in the theater around Iran right now?
Checking current stealth assets near Iran. Yes, sir. Stealth aircraft in the theater around Iran, Gulf, Middle East, Israel. As of February 28, 2026, F-22 Raptors, 11 to 12 confirmed at Ovda Air Base, Israel. First ever U.S. combat deployment there. Some reports say 12 arrived Tuesday, 1 returned for issues, so 11 on station. Another 6 or so from earlier waves. Total around 17 to 24 F-22s forward deployed. Their air superiority, holding Iranian airspace at risk. F-35 Lightning II, 12 to 14 F-35As from Hill AFB just hit RAF Lakenheath, February 26, en route Middle East. No exact theater count yet, but part of the surge. Likely 10 plus in region soon. Strike-capable, stealthy escorts. B-2 Spirit bombers, none confirmed on station right now. Last big use was June 2025, Operation Midnight Hammer, hitting Iranian nukes. Rumors of B-2s moving, but no deployments reported today. They're long range from Missouri or Diego Garcia if needed. Overall, 25 to 35 stealth fighters active in theater, mostly F-22s in Israel, F-35s rolling in. No B-2s visible. Build-up's massive, over 120 US aircraft total, but stealth's the tip. F-22s for dominance, F-35s for precision. That's the read from open sources. Reuters, Al Jazeera, Fox, Aviationist. No speculation.
Okay, so in total, how many are there of the stealth aircraft? And if you were going to ferry those from the UK to an attack run on Iran, how many ferrying aircraft would you need to take them across?
Checking stealth numbers and ferrying math now. Yes, sir. Total stealth aircraft in theater, F-22s and F-35s, around Iran as of February 28, 2026. F-22 Raptors, 11 to 12 confirmed at Ovda Air Base, Israel. Satellite shots show 11. Reports say 12 landed Tuesday, 1 possibly diverted. That's the forward count. No more in Gulf bases visible. F-35A Lightning II, 12 to 18 deployed. 12 arrived RAF Lakenheath late February, headed Middle East. Another 6 to 18 followed mid-month from UK bases. Likely 15 plus on station now, Jordan, Gulf, or en route. Grand total, 26 to 30 stealth fighters. No B-2s reported. Ferrying from UK RF Lakenheath to Iran theater, say, to Jordan or Gulf bases. F-22s and F-35s need aerial refueling. Range is short without tanks. F-22 about 1,850 miles combat. F-35 1,200. Transatlantic to Med Gulf is roughly 3,000 miles, so 2 to 3 refuels per jet. Tanker needs KC-135 or KC-46. Each carries 80,000 pounds offload. One tanker supports 2 to 4 fighters per leg. Boom refuel 1 at a time. For 12 F-22s, 4 to 6 tankers per wave. For 8 F-35s, 6 to 8 tankers. Total ferrying package, 10 to 14 tankers if all move together, plus escorts. Real deployments used 7 tankers for 12 F-22s last week. Cell formations, multiple orbits. That's the math. Facts only.
5 tankers. How many fighters are moving out of England?
Checking tanker and fighter movements from England. Yes, sir. 5 tough tankers, likely the 4 KC-46 Pegasus, plus 1 KC-135 that escorted the group. Fighters moving out of England. 12 F-22 Raptors departed RAF Lakenheath on February 24th, direct to Middle East under that tanker cell. No fresh waves today.
So there's a fresh wave going across the Mediterranean right now. We're watching them. All right, thank you. All right, interesting. Stand by. I got to make a phone call. All right, folks. Sorry about that. Urgent need. So there's a lot of places that the Iranians have weapons. Let me see if I have. Oh well, so that doesn't have my. I don't have that. I'm gonna have to email that to myself. Okay. All right, so one of the things, and let me see if I can find it. It's going to be down in here somewhere. There is a site down here. I don't know if it's on this guy's map or not. I'm not seeing it. I've shown it to you before, the missile site in the mountains that they can fire out through the valley. Yeah, I'm not seeing it on this map. Yeah, it's not on here. Anyway, there's a site where they have the missiles that are in the side of the mountain, and they've cut holes in the side of the mountain. They just pull the missile up and fire it out through the hole in the side of the mountain. Let's see what else we got here. The Bush was headed into the area, not officially, but semi-officially. I love how the EAMs are silent. Yeah, so U.S. Air Force KC-46s took off from Lajeez Air Force Base. That was 7 hours ago. All right, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Stand by. All right, so he is turning to drop altitude to come in. Look at that. That's ballsy right there. Bringing that many aircraft into Israel right now. What's going on up here with NATO?
This video being put out by CENTCOM earlier today showing the full force of the United States in action during Operation Epic Fury that has since made national and international headlines, as you can imagine, right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone. Now let's show you just a little bit more reporting from Fox News' Trey Yingst.
You can see here the site of a direct impact in Tel Aviv. First responders are currently digging through the debris of the building behind me. They just pulled 2 civilians out. There were a number of injuries at this location, but the ongoing ballistic missile fire is making it incredibly difficult for these first responders to look for survivors, because every time the siren goes off, they have to rush into a nearby shelter and get underground. But you see here the massive amount of destruction to this building, a residential block. And they are bringing dogs in. There are still firefighters on the scene putting out the blaze inside the building. And they're using megaphones to call out to see if there are any survivors still trapped under the debris. This is the most significant impact since the war erupted early this morning with the Israeli strikes and American strikes against Iran, where we can confirm Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was killed along with 40 top leaders from the Islamic regime.
All right, some reporting there from Fox News' Trey Yingst doing incredible work out in Israel. Live look right now, Tel Aviv this evening. We are continuing to take a look at always the very latest. If we see any action in the sky, we will be bringing that to your attention right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to bring in our next guest to help us bring in some more insight and analysis of what we have already seen and what we could possibly see in the future here. So joining me right now, Jonathan Strum, Middle East expert. Great to have you on, Jonathan. Thanks so much for coming back on with us here on Live Now from Fox, and really history in the making today, no doubt.
Absolutely. We still don't know exactly where it's going to end, but it's clearly the Middle East is likely going to be changed after this.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And let's talk about where we're at right now with the Supreme Leader killed, many of the top officials as well. What is going to how really in these next 24 to 48 hours is crucial for really continuing to try to topple this regime?
Well, ultimately, the key thing that needs to get done is that somebody needs to take control of the government and key institutions within the government. Normally, you'd want to be able to control the army and the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's unclear who's going to be able to do that, and it's unclear to me at this point whether or not the president of Iran, who is a reputed moderate, will be able to then take control of the government and say, hey, "Wait a minute, enough. We're going to go with it. We're going to go with a new regime." We don't know that yet. To the best of my knowledge, the president has not been seen in public. The foreign minister has, but he does not have really a base of power. And ultimately, you really need to be able to control at least the army or the IRGC.
as we take a look at some of the video from the IDF earlier, were officials, do you think, Jonathan, do you think they were surprised that they were able to get to the leaders so quickly, or is this something that the planning was really all about?
I think this was a question of planning. It's a little bit surprising from the reporting that I have seen. It might have been that many of these people were in the same place. This is reminiscent of what happened in June when Israel was able to take out many of the people that many of the top people in the regime. You know, one person that I spoke to overseas speculated that this might have been something of a Last Supper, where the supreme leader Khamenei had everybody come in and gave them their last marching orders, and of course the Israelis were probably tracking it and were able to kill many of the top leadership at one shot.
Is there any worry that that they had some sort of contingency plan if this were to happen, and what we could possibly be seeing in the next 24 to 48 hours?
Absolutely. I mean, some of the reporting that had been going on over the last week or two was that, in fact, they were doing all this kind of contingency planning. And the question still remains, what have they left in reserve? We know that the Iranians have sleeper cells in Europe. Will those be unleashed? There is fear of a potential dirty bomb that they could send to Israel or elsewhere. We don't know what is there. And so far, I mean, I saw a little bit of the reporting on the segment just ahead of ours that, they have hit Israel several times. We know that they were successful last time in getting missiles through, but we don't know what they have left. And we don't know really what they're planning. Just from a normal standpoint, I'm always a little concerned. This seems to have been gone easier than anybody anticipated in the early go round. So I'm a little concerned about what's left, what we don't know about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think another worry too, last question here to you, Jonathan, might be, what about the situation here in the United States? Is there any worry that there is any cells that have been waiting for this to happen and will unleash whatever they have planned within the United States now?
There's always worry about whether they're cells or not. I have to tell you that from the people I talk to, they know about cells in Europe. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody who's confirmed to me directly that there were cells in the United States. So
read the
we can
FBI
only
report.
hope that that's not the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Jonathan Strum, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate the analysis. Great to have you on.
Yeah, so the FBI has already confirmed that we have sleeper cells in the United States. So thank you much for that. Oh, that's interesting. No, there's only been one person killed by Iran, and that was a woman. Yeah, who's spreading that? Got to hear this. All right, so you guys remember a while ago, I said I was going to moon you. Well, the time has come. This is the new spooky cam. And what you're seeing is the actual movement of the moon across the sky. I love how you can see the ridges on the right-hand side of it. And the crazy part about it is you guys are only seeing half, excuse me, half the resolution. You're seeing it in 1080. I'm seeing it in 2K. Direct from the cab of the Intimidator. Oh, God. We'll have to use that to get your attention until I find the rest of the buttons on here. I was just notified that the Texas National Guard is going on alert and deploying personnel to the border as well as critical infrastructure across the state of Texas. That is due to possible security threat to the homeland. And folks, this is exactly why you get on the KLW World News Network. Go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up right now. Because if they take out the grid, they take out the internet, they take out anything like that, unless you're on our network, you're not talking. And my God, I love that camera. That's through the clouds if you haven't noticed there. And there she goes. Yeah, well, in Texas, we don't fuck around. And in Texas, we're right on the southern border. Oh, yeah, the sleeper cells are already here. They just don't want anything else coming. Yeah, roger that. Sleeper cells, well, you've heard of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Well, they got this one dwarf in there, and his name is Sleepy or Dopey or something like that. But that's where they put him if he gets arrested. They put him in a sleeper cell. No, actually, a sleeper cell is a group of terrorists who lay low until they are attacked, and then they come out and do a surprise terrorist attack. Terroristas. I kind of like the sleeper cell with the Dopey and Sleepy. Yeah, think Dearborn, Michigan. Glad I don't live anywhere near there. All right, let's see what else we've got here. 'Cause I got to like the sleeper cell with the Dopey and Sleepy. Yeah, think Dearborn, Michigan. Glad I don't live anywhere near there. All right, let's see what else we've got here. 'Cause I got to like the sleeper cell with the Dopey and Sleepy. Yeah, think Dearborn, Michigan. Glad I don't live anywhere near there.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world.
Let's bring in Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired General Jack Keane. General, thanks for being here. First of all, your take on the operation so far, what you've heard, what you know about it.
Yeah, well, certainly I think it's exceeding expectations for sure. A couple of things. Obviously, this operation was planned to begin at night, but given the opportunity that these leaders were meeting, the Israelis contacted the Americans and said, we have a real opportunity here, even though it's Shabbat Saturday. Normally they don't do things like this on a Saturday. It was Ramadan. We really have an opportunity to achieve something they've wanted all along, which is the degree of tactical surprise. And they were able to achieve that. And what a way to begin an operation by taking down the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and also 40 of his cohorts. Listen, the Israelis have started something here that's new to warfare. Warfare is fundamentally a test of wills. And you attempt using force to break your opponent's will. And the sooner you can do it, the better you do it, the better it is. And this is the third time they've done this. They did it with Hezbollah, decapitating their leaders. Hezbollah never recovered from that. Even though they have thousands of missiles, they never fired one of them in support of Iran during Israel's 12-day war against the Iranians. When I asked the general, why haven't they used those missiles, an Israeli general, he said, sir, we have broken their will. And that's the reality. And here we're repeating it again. During the 12-day war, remember, they took down the senior military leaders and the nuclear scientists. An Israeli debriefer indicated to me that impacted 60% of Iran's capability to retaliate against Israel during that 12-day war. Decapitating the leadership and the command and control, the disruption that something like that has caused. And here we are, seeing this again, and executed so brilliantly in what it's achieving. And they're going to take advantage of that and work on the entire infrastructure that sustains the regime, the political infrastructure, the legislature, the National Security Council, other agencies, and then the security and military infrastructure that sustains this regime. They're going to take it apart systematically and deliberately, plus the missiles, the Navy bases, etc., to decapitate their hardware and their military capability, to include the defense industrial base. Could last 2 to 3 weeks, but if this regime capitulates, in a sense, gives up, it could happen a lot sooner. But this is a very comprehensive operation, brilliantly executed so far.
I've been told by a couple of senior officials there are various off-ramps depending on what they see, conditions on the ground. I want to put up this map of Iran's retaliatory strikes so far. Not surprising that obviously Israel, a major target here with many missiles, that a lot of them have been taken out by the defenses. But what's surprising, I think, is some of the civilian targets in the Gulf Arab neighbors. And we'll put up some video of some of these strikes. But the Ministry of Defense from the UAE out of Abu Dhabi announced that since the onset of this attack, the Air Force and Air Defense Forces in UAE have engaged and destroyed 137 ballistic missiles, 209 drones shot towards UAE. A few of them hit civilian targets. There was the hotel and the Fairmont Hotel, the Palm, and others. Bahrain, also another attack there. And what do you think is the strategy there, General? It seems like it has stiffened the spine of those Gulf Arab allies, and they're actually getting the GCC together to say, almost if you attack one of us, you're taught to attack all of us, almost like a NATO charter.
Yeah, I mean, I think their motivation there was to threaten this attack, and obviously they're following through it. Remember, they didn't want the Arab states supporting this attack in any way, shape, or form. And last time, some of them provided fighter jets, and many of them provided overflights, etc., of their territory. They didn't want any of that to be done. But the reality is those states, many of them have our defensive systems that they're using, And you're absolutely right. I mean, publicly, they were against any operation taking place against the Iranians. Why? Because they were trying to forestall an attack. Privately, they were all in.
It's 5:06 a.m. in Iran.
And I've always been frustrated by that, to be frank. I mean, I think they should speak the truth and
public and
stand up
private.
for their principles of what's going on here. Yeah, publicly and privately say the same thing. But yes, you put your finger on something that's critical here. They are coming together, and believe me, if Iran gets off the board as the influence, evil influence they've been in this region, those Abraham Accords are likely going to kick back in with Saudi leading the pack on this as one of the enduring outcomes of what's in front of us.
I mean, it could change the region dramatically. Obviously, we're in the very early stages of this, and a lot can happen. General, just talk for a second about the decision-making here by President Trump and what that took in the face of naysayers in his own party and other places, and what it potentially means for other countries like China and Russia, and what it signals to the rest of the world.
Yes, well, I think there's been a lot of talk about what options and the rest of it, but the truth is there's only been one major plan, and that is the comprehensive plan that we're seeing unfolded with the Israelis and the Americans, who are the two most proven militaries in the world, actually working together in a common objective here. So that is one thing. The other thing is certainly people have been trying to talk the president out of doing this, worried about the day after, the ambiguity that surrounds that, the chaos in Iran as a result of it, the chaos in the region, the war will be expanded. The president looked at all of those negative things, just looking at the number of rockets and missiles they have, and if that's all you're going to look at, we're likely going to have a number of casualties as a result of it. We may still have some, to be sure. And you can come up with sort of a negative answer. He listened to all of that. But at the end of the day, I think his motivation was pretty simple. He saw that the regime was weak. But what was the regime doing? Recovering their missiles as rapidly as possible. They made a decision to recover their nuclear program, but they hadn't put it into play consequentially. They were providing financial and material support to the proxies so the proxies can get back on the path to attacking Israel again. In other words, he looked at Iran and said, the 12-day war, they learned nothing from that experience. They're going to keep doing this, and I'm not going to extend them a lifeline. So stop them from doing bad things and what the regime was doing. And that's what he's done with Syria and chemical weapons. That's what he did with Qasem Soleimani. And that is what he's done with Venezuela. He stopped something bad from happening. The second thing, which is even more meaningful, he's setting the conditions for the regime to collapse and to move finally towards probably people that are less ideologue than what they are currently, and maybe somebody we can work with, and put them on a process where eventually the Iranian people get back in control of their country. It is an incredible decision. It's going to define his presidency, and it's going to define his legacy. Why? Because you said it, Brett. This is going to open the door to stability and peace in the region that none of us could have seen, and none of the previous 7 presidents were ever willing to confront Iran in any consequential manner whatsoever that put their survival at risk. And this president has made that decision, and we're knocking on the doorstep of an enduring peace in the region as a result of it.
Well, I hope it is, as you project. And there are a lot of questions yet to come, but we appreciate you coming on and laying it all out. General, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click
all
here.
Right, now, this is a picture of the air base in Kuwait that got hit. And I'm seeing a hit here, a hit here, a hit here, and a hit here. So I am fairly certain that the fine folks in Kuwait are going to be all about supporting whatever the U.S. wants to do to deal with these guys. Just got this in from Trump. I'm sure some of you may have already seen it. But, well, here it is again. Enjoy.
Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like Iraq War #2. Iraq war number 2. I like the look of those oil supplies. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. Bomb I ran, I bombed them night and day. But destroy USA.
U.S. President Donald Trump says
A drone appears above your head. A Moab bomb comes falling down on you. Falling down on you. The fleet is moving nearer still. The Strait of Hormuz, it comes in view. The oil must flow through. And I ran so far away. The bomb I bombed them night and day. But destroy USA. A tiny hit hits a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World War III 'cause Israel told me to. All for Netanyahu. And I ran so far away. Oh, bomb I ran, oh, bomb them night and day. Oh, and I ran so far away. Oh, bomb I ran, oh, bomb them night and day. But destroy USA.
And now for a live look of Tel Aviv. Hope you guys like that. We try to throw stuff in like that from time to time to, well, break up the monotony of war and war reporting. Still checking out the moon here. Moved off. I'll have to. Oh, we caught it again. Moon over Miami.
fundamentalist regimes and actually putting his money where his mouth is, and or the opposite, the
Fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and co-founder of Bottom Line Media as we discuss everything here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here.
Thank you, and my pleasure to be on.
And first off, I wanted to start by kind of asking you about this military campaign in general, because there were no leaks as far as we know. A lot of people knew this could potentially happen at some point. But when you hear that the U.S. and Israel have worked together to strike Iran, what's going through your mind as somebody who has been following all of this?
Well, I think that what we're seeing, and good morning or very good late night for Americans, what we're seeing is possibly a historic moment in the history of the Middle East. We're seeing the U.S. and Israel conducting a joint strike against the Iranian regime with the outspoken aim of either severely limiting or striking the regime, or actually bringing about its downfall. That is what we're seeing, and it comes in the context of about 35 years of indirect war by the Iranian regime against Israel, of thousands, if not millions of times that the Iranian regime and people have chanted death to America and death to Israel and acted on those threats. And it comes after negotiations, real, honest negotiations on behalf of the U.S. and the world with the Iranian regime have failed, and the Iranian regime failing to actually budge and really relinquish their aspiration for weapons of mass destruction. And now Israel and the U.S. have taken action about almost 2 months after the American president promised the Iranian people that help is on the way. It appears now that help has indeed arrived. And President Trump, in his recorded statement, tells the Iranian people to stay in safe locations, but eventually that they will be able to reclaim their country from this oppressive and brutal regime that has controlled the Iranian people for the last 47 years. What I see currently is the Iranian regime trying to fire, trying to lash out in the region. They have hit targets or they're fired at targets in Israel, Jordan, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. Still unconfirmed reports whether or not they've fired on Saudi Arabia. That seems quite desperate. They've fired quite a lot of missiles with very limited impact. All of the missiles that have been fired at Israel have not been effective, and there are so far, thankfully, no casualties in Israel. I suppose that will change, and I suppose the Iranians will fire more and more missiles, and eventually some of them will get through. But currently, no damage in Israel. And I'm very happy to say that so far, in terms of the safety and well-being of American and Israeli airmen or crew, everything seems to be going okay. Last word about targets and BDA. It is still unclear. We don't have confirmed reports on the ground, but I hear early assessments by Israeli officials that at least some of the political and military leaders that were targeted in the first salvo against the Iranian regime were indeed hit. But we'll have to wait and see exactly whom. The Iranians have said that the so-called supreme leader is safe, and they have also said that the foreign minister is safe. We don't know about the commanders of the IRGC. We still don't know about the very important advisor to the supreme leader, Larijani, if he is okay. There are a lot of targets there. Pezeshkian, the president, he was also targeted, I assume, and it's still unclear exactly the results. But historic times, and I think the early seeds of hope for the Iranian people.
One thing I wanted to ask, because you mentioned that Iran has essentially said the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is alive at this point. Is Iran's word trustworthy? Would they tell everyone if the supreme leader had been taken out in these strikes?
No, I don't think that they would, because of the sensitivity and how much they understand that the life and well-being of the so-called supreme leader is very symbolic and important for the stability of the regime. I would assume that even if he had been eliminated, they would try to present a false pretense or false stage as if he was alive until they could find a suitable succession and until they could, stabilize the regime. They would not want to admit that the supreme leader had been taken out before they're able to get their hands on the situation and present some kind of an alternative. But that is still too early to assess. We don't have any strong Israeli or American intel that suggests that he was indeed taken out. But I can assure you that all sensors are looking at that as we speak.
Do you think there's still a chance for these nuclear talks to go somewhere? Are they over for now after this military campaign?
No, I don't think that they are over. And I think that the option is definitely still there for the Iranian regime to change and to say, okay, we get it. We understand that the path that we have been going down for the last 47 years is a disastrous one. A disaster for the Iranian people, disaster for the Iranian country. It's a bad thing for the region. It's been very negative for Iraq, Yemen, for Lebanon, for Gaza, and many other places where the Iranians have been meddling. Of course, they still have the option to change their ways. If they do so and say, we are not going to try to enrich anything on Iranian soil. We're going to stop funding terror organizations all across the Middle East and the world, and we're going to stop to aspire to, bring death to America and death to Israel. I'm sure that negotiations could return very quickly, and I think that positive things would happen. The chances of that happening with this fundamentalist regime, I think, are very limited. So I think that the Western willingness is there. I don't think that the Iranian regime will have the foresight to actually do so. It's much more, for me, it's much more likely that they will try to bring all of Iran down with the regime, even though they may know that it's futile and they're facing very, very difficult military odds.
What do you think are the primary objectives here? Are the U.S. and Israel trying to take out the supreme leader, the president, the foreign minister, or are they simply trying to get Iran to agree to a deal and get rid of its nuclear weapons? Do we know what the true mission here is?
At this stage, I think it is still open in the sense that that what Israel and the U.S. have done is to use kinetic force in order to apply pressure on the regime. At this stage, it's still difficult to understand what the ultimate goal is. I think that if, the Iranian regime,
the ultimate goal is regime change,
totally
period.
change its ways,
Trump said that in his
oppressing the people, the Iranian people, stop funding terrorism, stop trying to develop nuclear weapons, then neither Israel nor the U.S. would have any big issue with the existence of the regime. But since that isn't the case, and the Iranian regime is steadfast in its efforts to develop nuclear weapons, to continue to fund terror against American and Israeli and Western targets, and to destabilize the Middle East, since that probably isn't going to change, one assessment is that the real objective, the ultimate objective, is actually to bring down the Iranian regime, understanding that they're not going to change.
Iran has essentially vowed retaliation. They put out several statements saying they will defend their homeland, a lot of other statements coming in from the foreign minister. How credible is that retaliation is or will happen?
Well, it's already happening, and Iran has fired all across the Middle East, various American and other targets in the Middle East, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in the UAE, and Jordan, maybe also in Saudi Arabia, still unconfirmed. So we see the Iranians doing that with very little impact so far, but the Iranians are definitely lashing out. So far, we have not seen other Iranian proxies like Hezbollah in Lebanon, like the Houthis in Yemen, get involved into the fighting, and one could definitely hope that they will stay out of it. I think the Lebanese prime minister, the democratically elected prime minister in Lebanon, has issued a very clear warning to the Iranian proxy Hezbollah in Lebanon, telling them, you do not have a mandate and you do not have the legitimacy to drag Lebanon into a war at the behest of any foreign government, meaning Iran. So I hope that Lebanese Hezbollah listens to that warning and that they stay out. If they don't, I think the consequences for them and for Lebanon could be quite disastrous, and I really hope that we can prevent that from happening. But the Iranians, the regime, appears quite desperate and is so far enacting on its threats and firing all across the Middle East.
When we talk about the Iranian regime that's currently in place, if the regime is to be out of power, to either give up power or be taken out, as we keep saying, what kind of influence or impact could that potentially have on the Iranian people and the region as a whole?
Well, the Iranian people has been asking and begging for exactly this to happen for many, many years. But specifically, a little bit more than 50 days ago, millions, tens of millions of Iranians took to the street with the clear, outspoken goal of bringing down the regime and getting back their freedoms. They were brutally murdered by the Iranian regime, mowed down on the streets, either by mercenaries or by the IRGC or the Basij or other Iranian regime security forces. And anywhere between 32 and 40,000 Iranian civilians were murdered by the regime. And even though the people in Iran understand that that is the danger that they face, for the last week, they have been out on Iranian streets nevertheless, across campuses, different universities in Iran, various cities. They have been out demonstrating, clearly saying, down with the dictator and we want our freedom. And finally, the Iranian people is getting the kind of outside help that they wanted, that so many previous American administrations failed to deliver on, talking about how evil the Iranian regime is, how oppressive and horrible and terror supporting and warmongering it is. That has been, a popular talking point for many years, but very little action has been taken up until now by U.S. President Trump, who actually has said help is on the way, and now that is exactly what the Iranian people has received. What can happen is a lot of positive things. I think we should be honest and understand that the first stage will probably be tumultuous and messy, and we'll see perhaps violence on the streets, perhaps there will be clashes, perhaps there will be casualties, at the end of which hopefully the Iranian people will be able to overthrow that oppressive regime and then chart their way forward in a way that they decide without the oppression of this fundamentalist regime. I'm hopeful that that will bring many good things for the future, for the brave and very talented Iranian people, for the region, for Iraq, for Yemen, for Lebanon, for Syria, for many other places where the Iranians interfered and destabilized, and of course for Israel. All of our enemies are supported directly by the Islamic Republic. So for Israel, it would be a significant game changer that our main enemy will be weakened.
And right now we're getting this post coming in from Jennifer Griffin over at Fox News. She says, per a U.S. official, the airstrikes will last not hours, but days. Also, no casualties from strike targeting U.S. base in Bahrain. So wanted to ask you about that, because we're not just talking about hours of campaigns by the U.S. and Israel. We're talking about days. Is that what you would have expected? Not short term, but longer term?
I think it'll be more than that, actually. I think we should work under the assumption that it'll take more than days. And, I think it'll boil down to a question of whose offense will work best. Will Iranian offenses, as in firing ballistic missiles, be strong, or will U.S. and Israeli efforts to mitigate Iranian offensive capabilities win? So far, judging by the amount of missiles that the Iranian regime has been able to fire, it doesn't seem as if they're doing too well. And I think that offensive efforts by the U.S. and Israel are so far quite successful, but we'll have to wait and see. And I think we should anticipate, and that's what Israelis are anticipating, that this will take at least days, if not more than that.
All right, Jonathan Conriquez, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and to break this all down.
Thank you.
Anything else that you want to add? Anything we missed here before I let you go?
Well, I can just send my warmest sympathies to the Iranian people. I've been getting a lot of messages from Iranians outside of Iran and inside of Iran, expressing their joy and excitement that finally the day has come where the Iranian people have gotten external help to get rid of the oppressive regime that has been controlling Iran for 47 years. And I think that is where focus will be. A lot of people will try to spin this story into something that it isn't. And I think what we are witnessing may be the end of the Islamic regime and a new page in the long, illustrious, and beautiful history of the Iranian nation. I hope that will happen. If it happens, that will be a really important part of President Trump's legacy, a legacy of peace through strength, a legacy of actually standing up against oppressors and bullies and different fundamentalist regimes, and actually putting his money where his mouth is, and or the opposite, the money where the mouth was, and actually doing what was promised. So I'm hopeful, and I hope that the Iranian people will emerge victorious from this.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conriquez, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that was from earlier today. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us on Live Now from Fox. Well, Israel first confirmed it, then the United States, and now Iranian state TV confirming it as well, that the Supreme Leader is in fact killed in that strike earlier today. Of course, we always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you always the very latest. And we always want to know, what questions do you have about the U.S. strikes on Iran? We've been getting a lot of great questions that we want to pass along to our analysts that will be joining us in just a little bit. You could scan that QR code top right. We'd love to see more of the questions so we could pass it on to our experts. Hit that Ask Now tab and fire away. We would love to see some more of the questions. All right, everyone. Before we go down to another event here, I do want to say that my colleague Austin Westfall will be with you coming up in just moments. We'll be with you for the next several hours, breaking down the big story here of the day, of course, the strikes on Iran, and we'll be waiting for new updates as well throughout the evening and going into the morning hours as well. Want to show you the updates and remarks from Australia's Prime Minister.
Australia stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against what is an oppressive regime. Ayatollah Khamenei was responsible for the regime's ballistic missile and nuclear program, support for armed proxies, and its brutal acts of violence and intimidation against its own people. This claimed countless lives in Iran, but also internationally. He was responsible for orchestrating attacks on Australian soil. His passing will not be mourned. We have not been immune from the impacts of the regime's actions right here in Australia. Our valued Iranian-Australian community, that is 50,000 strong, see what happens overseas, and it understandably affects them greatly as they fear for the safety and security of family and friends. We've also seen at least 2 attacks orchestrated by the IRGC on Australian soil in 2024, including the firebombing of the Adar Synagogue in Melbourne, aimed at creating fear amongst Jewish Australians, but also aimed at dividing our nation. While we aren't directly active in the current military strikes, we have been clear and acted on our utter rejection of the brutal Iranian regime. Last year, we expelled Iran's ambassador. That is the first time an ambassador has been expelled from Australia since the Second World War. And that underlines how seriously we took the gravity of Iran orchestrating an attack on our soil. We suspended operations at our embassy in Tehran, and we listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a state sponsor of terrorism. We've sanctioned more than 200 Iranian-linked individuals, including more than 100 linked to the IRGC. We have long recognised that Iran's nuclear program is a threat to global peace and security. With international partners, including the United States and the G7, we have called for the Iranian regime to uphold the human rights and fundamental freedoms of Iran's citizens. Sadly, these calls have gone unheeded and action has now been taken. We support the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran from continuing to threaten international peace and security. We are concerned about regional escalation and urge the protection of civilians. For those on the ground, Australian officials are closely monitoring what is an evolving situation. These events are unfolding rapidly. It is critical that anyone in the region takes note of the Smart Traveller website for the most up-to-date information that we can provide. We continue to advise Australians to not travel to Iran. This has been in place since 2020, and to leave Iran as soon as possible, of course, if it is safe to do so. Our ability to provide consular assistance in Iran is extremely limited. We have upgraded our travel advice for Israel, Lebanon, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates to do not travel. Australians should leave now if it is safe to do so. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is this morning opening its registration portal for Australians seeking assistance to depart Israel and Iran, and will be directly in touch with registered Australians with the latest information. The closure of transport hubs in the Middle East will likely lead to flight disruptions and cancellations. We've already seen flights return to Australia that were unable to land in either Dubai or Abu Dhabi, and of course Emirates in particular with Etihad have a large number of flights to the region, including of course, as does Qatar and other airlines. Travellers should prioritise their safety. They should monitor events and follow local advice. Australians requiring urgent consular assistance can contact the Consular Emergency Centre 24/7 on 1300 555 135 in Australia. I repeat the number, 1300 555 135 in Australia, or +61 2 6261 3305. I repeat that as well from outside of Australia, +61 2 6261 3305. I urge everyone to follow the travel advice and to support your friends and family who are directly or indirectly affected by what is happening in the Middle East. I understand this is a very difficult time for the tens of thousands of Australians with loved ones in the Middle East. The days ahead are going to be difficult. They are uncertain. We are deeply concerned, and my government's priority remains the safety of Australians in the region. My government will do all we can to keep Australians safe and protect our personnel who are there in the region as well. Happy to take a couple of questions.
Is there a moral case for this intervention and supporting Iranians who are risking their lives for democracy? You know, do you think we should be doing more to support the resistance there and you know the work to overthrow the revolutionary government?
Well, that is a matter for the Iranian people. But we stand with the Iranian people in standing up for their human rights. They have suffered brutal repression. Women in particular being singled out by the regime. But across the board, what we've seen with the crackdown in recent times, when Iranians went out onto the street to demand their human rights, to demand a return to giving them a say over their own future, we saw the IRGC crack down brutally. Thousands murdered, people incarcerated, and a regime that showed just how ugly its face is. This is a regime that we hope that the Iranian people are able to determine their own destiny. At the moment, that is clearly not the case.
Was this attack legal? Are you concerned that this might erode further the rules-based order?
Well, those are judgments and statements for the United States and for those involved directly in the attack. What I would say is that the threat to international peace and security of the Iranian regime is real. The fact that they orchestrated attacks here in Australia, on the other side of
Hey,
the
thank you
world,
for the donation. Greatly appreciated.
underlines the threat that this regime presented to the rule of law and to international norms of behaviour.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu, and if not, do you expect to soon?
Well, we are in contact with the United States over all of these issues. We'll continue to engage diplomatically, which is what we do.
Is there a red line in Australia's support for this strike? You know, is Australia supportive of a short and narrow intervention, or would Australia support a more protracted campaign?
We want to see, when it comes to military action, I think, as always, Australia always supports diplomatic action where possible, and we hope that the actions that have been taken lead to a swift resolution. And we also say that very clearly the consequences of this are that we are concerned about the regional escalation. Iran has made the decision to take aggressive action and bomb areas of Dubai that have no role in any of this military action whatsoever. This is an aggression and an escalation by Iran that is consistent with the nature of the regime.
What options are there for repatriating Australians in the Middle East?
Look, we are in a position where we will always do what we can to support
They do test
Australians
counts
there, but I do
when they
want
need to make sure their
the
radios are
point,
working, that they think they may
that
have
we've been very
radio
clear
traffic.
about Iran, that we're not in a position when we made the decision, a difficult decision, but one that I think was the correct decision, to close our embassy in Tehran, essentially because of the safety of our own diplomatic personnel, was a decision that was required. Then that has meant that our possibilities are restricted of what we can achieve. But we will continue to engage. We have very swiftly acted to set up the emergency centre. We will always update the information for Australians in the region, and we'll continue to monitor this on not on a daily basis. Literally, we're doing this on an hour-by-hour, minute-by-minute basis, because our priority is keeping Australians safe. Thanks very much.
Anthony Albanese earlier today, as we track the Middle East and will continue to track the Middle East without interruption throughout the course of the night. We here at Live Now staying 24/7 this weekend as we track this historic and perhaps one of the most consequential military confrontations in decades. My thanks to Mike Page. He's been up here with you the past few hours. I'm Austin Westfall. I'll be up here the next few hours. The early hours of the morning, 1:15 a.m. Eastern Time, U.S. and partner forces began striking targets across Iran, the Israelis and the Americans, on a mission, and CENTCOM making that mission clear. They wanted to dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus. They wanted to neutralize what officials are describing as imminent threats overnight hours in Tel Aviv. We've been watching the skies above Israel just in case we see any more missile interceptions or drone interceptions. It's something that we have seen sporadically throughout the night. This is the latest we've heard from President Trump, who, by the way, is in southern Florida. He was at Mar-a-Lago. They kind of set up a makeshift situation room, if you will, at his Florida estate. The president sending this out. Khomeini, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans, and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khomeini and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC, military, and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness that it deserves. That process should soon be starting in that not only the death of Khomeini, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. If the president sends anything out throughout the night, we'll keep you posted as soon as we hear
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Manara, Kiryat Shmona, Beit Hillel, Margaliot, Hagoshrim, Sha'ar Yashuv, Tel Chai, Dafna, Kfar Giladi, Ma'ayan Baruch, Kibbutz Dan, Snir, Misgav Am, Kfar Yuval, Raja, Metula.
Continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective. When you read that, what does it say to you?
That says to me that they're going to continue to hit these targets aggressively. They have a target list. There's an air tasking order, obviously, that goes with all this. And they have a schedule of what they're going to hit based on what they have and what they can get out there. The first strike, if you will, or first series of strikes was huge. It's not clear how many American planes were involved, but the reports are there was over 200 Israeli Defense Force warplanes that were involved in that initial strike. And that's the one that went after the decapitation strike, taking out Ayatollah Khomeini. Not only Khomeini, but it took out some of his top leaders, the head of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, his defense minister, the head of intelligence, and the list goes on. Took them all out in one fell swoop, along with a number of other senior regime officials in that one. It's not clear how many other IRGC, Revolutionary Guard Corps members were taken out in other locations with a series of strikes, but truly devastating. If you look at the slow response of retaliation, it tells you something happened, something that really slowed their ability to make decisions, to do command and control, to strike. Eventually they did retaliate, but it would almost seem like it was something automatic that was pre-scripted that they do, but it wasn't any clear decision chain that took place here. So that tells me that what we're doing as we get the battle damage assessment we're seeing is working. There certainly will be adjustments.
Alarm.
There always are
Raja.
adjustments as various things are just discovered, uncovered, whatever, throughout the course of the campaign. But it does say the pressure will be on. What's interesting, I thought today, was when President Trump said that members of the Revolutionary Guard Corps had asked, apparently the U.S. or Israel, it's not quite clear, but had asked about immunity, asked if they lay down their arms, if they quit supporting the regime, if they support the people trying to replace the regime, that they could get immunity. If there is a schism, a sizable schism within the Revolutionary Guard Corps, that opens up the opportunity for the non-theocratic military, the secular law enforcement authorities to maybe step in and not support the regime. And once that happens, then it's game over for the well, it's obviously game over for Khamenei, but it'd be game over for everybody surrounding him and everybody who is close to him.
The IDF and the Israeli Air Force releasing videos like this throughout the day. We've also seen a number of videos released by the United States, including this one right here, showing some of this operation, which caught a lot of us off guard. Anytime we've seen major military activity ever since the October 7th attack, anytime something big happens, it happens in the overnight hours. This one happened in the light of day. I was reading that in Iran,
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Sedei Nehemiah.
That's why you see reports of people at work or at school. It's because it's basically a Monday over there. Hal, we've been asking our audience to send in the questions that matter most to them. I think this one is on a lot of people's minds.
Yes, Kevin Bacon.
Could this turn into a war? The word war is being thrown around a lot today, Hal. What does war mean in the context of everything that we've been tracking in the past 24 hours?
Well, technically, under international law, it is a war. All right. There is an armed conflict. The U.S. and Israel struck Iran, although I could certainly go back, as President Trump did, and talk about all the decades past when Iran has attacked Americans and attacked others around the world, and some of the vile, vicious, horrific things that the regime is responsible for. But this is, under international law, what we did, what Israel did, what the U.S. did, constitutes an act of war. We used armed force on their soil, on their sovereign soil. So that is a technical war. Now, I think the question is this going to be a big war versus a smaller war? I think what you're seeing right now may be indicative of what's to come. Now, with that said, the longer it goes on, the greater the chance that we will suffer casualties. So far we've been very fortunate that no casualties have been incurred that we're aware of. US
Kelly
forces,
11.
But that could change, whether it be retaliation by the Iranian regime or whether they, are able to manifest some sort of air defense to take down one of our aircraft, or, as does sometimes happens, as you have intensive air operations, sometimes aircraft have mechanical problems, or there's pilot error. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. So we will probably take, it's very likely we could take some casualties. We may be fortunate not, but it's very likely that we could. And but it's not going to be a war like we're traditionally thinking of war in terms of something like Iraqi freedom or maybe Desert Storm. This is different. It's more of an air and missile campaign. There may be some limited special operations stuff on the ground, but nothing significant. Not like you saw with OIF and Desert Storm, where there was this massive ground assault that went through through Kuwait or went through Iraq. You're just not going to see that. That's just not there.
For those that are not regular viewers of Live Now, Hal is a retired Marine intelligence officer. What kind of intelligence operations? I'm not asking you to give us all the tricks of the trade, but in order for them to pinpoint Khamenei and get him when they could actually get him, what goes into a pinpoint strike like that?
Well, obviously, that's not something, if I did know, I would even mention. I'll tell you how it works. We actually have a crystal ball and we just look at it. And it tells us. But there's a variety of different things. Could be satellites, could be signals intelligence. We're listening to anything from could be communications online, or it could be cell phone conversations or phone conversations, whatever it is. All those sorts of things. Could be human intelligence, folks who are actually there. It was certainly seen in June during the 12-day war, before and after, during and after, that the Israelis had basically penetrated a lot of facets of Iranian society. The Iranian government had tremendous human intelligence capability, and so I would not discount the possibility that Israel had a human intelligence source or sources that could have helped them with that decapitation strike. That's very possible. But it'd be a variety of different means. There's intelligence has various different disciplines, and there's different sources and methods by which we derive these things, and then we analyze them and come to conclusions of what things mean, or what they could mean, or what they should mean. And based on that, it goes into planning, and there was extensive planning that went into this, and that's how they would know if somebody's going to be at a certain place at a certain time.
You know, within the past hour or so, we did learn officially from Iranian state media that Khamenei is dead. They say that he was at his compound in downtown Tehran when the initial attack began, and his death at his office, quote, showed that he consistently stood among the people and at the forefront of his responsibilities, confronting what officials call global arrogance. Again, state TV saying that within the past hour here. We continue to watch these live vantage points at cities like Tel Aviv, Hal. The Iranians, they have been responding to everything that's transpired in the past day, and that has come in the form of missiles being launched, missiles being intercepted. We do know that the Iranians have had their missiles crash into a number of their neighbors' territories. In fact, a number of Arab states have released joint statements condemning what Iran has been doing since Khamenei was struck. Can you give us a synopsis, if you will, of the major players in the region, the Saudi Arabias of the region, the UAE? These are some of the nations that have condemned Iran's behavior today. Can you just expand on the significance of what we've been watching?
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, you got three combatants. You got Iran, Israel, and the U.S. They're actually the ones that are directly involved. Now, within the Persian Gulf or the Arabian Gulf, depending on which side of the Gulf you're on, will really dictate how you describe the Gulf. But within the Gulf itself, there are the countries called the Gulf Cooperation Council. This goes back to Desert Storm. These are countries in there, for example, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. These are all members of the GCC. There's about a half dozen of them. And they have all come out and condemned what Iran has been doing. Now, with that said, the U.S. has bases in Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE. So one could assume that the Iranians were targeting those bases. In the case of Bahrain, where 5th Fleet headquarters is located, they apparently hit a warehouse there. So one of the missiles did get through, one or two of the missiles. Didn't cause any significant damage or setbacks or anything, but did hit a building that was on the base. But we do have bases there, and you remember Al-Udeid Air Base in Qatar was the base that the Iranians targeted last June. So they are targeting those, but with that, whether it's through incompetence, poor technology, or whatever, they have been missing that and hitting some of these urban areas and some of these areas in these countries that have nothing to do with U.S. military presence or anything to do with the attacks or strikes on Iran. And that's really irritating all of them. And reportedly, Saudi Arabia has been struck. Also, reportedly, the U.S. has aircraft that were launching from Saudi bases and Jordanian bases as well. And so Jordan could come under fire too. Israel has been under fire. Israel has also reportedly been hosting U.S. aircraft that are being used in this overall operation. So all these countries have lined up very clearly against Iran to condemn Iran and condemn what Iran's doing. I should also mention that all these countries that I just referenced would love to see the Shiite, theocratic, autocratic regime that's in Iran go away. They absolutely don't want to see that. Iran has been spreading terrorism and warfare throughout the entire area. I don't want to get into all the Sunni Shia split, but they're kind of two different versions of Islam. Iran represents the Shiite version, and Saudi Arabia is kind of the lead for the Sunni version. And most of the countries I just mentioned, well, they're all Sunni countries, although one of them, Bahrain, is actually the largest percentage of the population is Shiite, even though the royal family is Sunni. Anyway, with all that said, they want to see this regime in Iran gone. And even though they came out and said, you cannot use our territory for overflights, you can't launch strikes from our territories, I've been over the Middle East many times, and what they say for public consumption on an overt level and what they're doing on a less overt level are not always the same thing. So I was not surprised once things kicked off that you immediately heard all the countries going, we condemn Iran, we support these strikes in Iran. And I was like, well, that's kind of what I've seen in the past. You know, they can move fairly quickly in changing their policy position, shall we say.
Some figures coming in from CENTCOM. They say the Iranian regime claims to have killed 50 U.S. service members. That's a lie. There have been no reported U.S. casualties. The IRGC claims that a U.S. Navy ship was struck by missiles. Also a lie. No U.S. Navy ship has been struck. The Armada is fully operational. The Iranian regime is claiming severe damage at multiple U.S. bases. Lie. Damage to U.S. installations was minimal and has not impacted operations. So Jen sending this question in, she's in Southern California. A lot of people have this question, given some of what we've been seeing from Iran's neighbors. Jen is asking, is it okay to travel outside the U.S. now? I mean, is there certainly a level of danger given that there are perhaps missiles flying above some of Iran's neighbors, Hal?
Well, what I would say is this. Obviously, when there's this type of stuff going on around the world, it is a little more risky to fly now than it would have been before, okay? It depends on where you're going as well. The UAE, Dubai, particularly, certainly Doha and Qatar, those are major international hubs. As you know, we've talked about this. I fly through those, certainly Doha quite a bit. And every time there's something that happens over there, as is happening right now, air traffic gets either stopped or stalled or slowed down, and it's slowed down a lot in the region. So if you're planning on going someplace, you got to look at where you're going to be going through. If you're planning on going through Doha or you're planning on going through Dubai, there's a very good chance you could be delayed. You could be stopped there for days or maybe even longer. Based on whatever's going on at any given time. So obviously a great deal of risk there. Interestingly, just before all this took place, we were talking about what was happening down in Mexico, and obviously all of the, violence that had taken place after the strike, the decapitation strike, if you will, against the head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, El Mencho, and we're talking about, is it safe to travel in Mexico? I would say right now, you just need to take a very close look at where you're planning on going. Some places, probably not a big deal. If you're planning on going over to Europe and you're planning on hanging out in London or Paris or something like that, probably not something to be too concerned about. But if you're planning on going to somewhere in the Indian Ocean or planning on going to somewhere in Africa where you're going to be going through the aforementioned airports I just talked about, then I would take a really hard look at it. And if you can, you might want to delay your plans.
So, CENTCOM also saying this. I thought this was interesting, and I would love your analysis of these weapons. CENTCOM's Task Force Scorpion strike, for the first time in history, they say, used one-way attack drones in combat during Operation Epic Fury. They say these low-cost drones, modeled after Iran's Shahed drones, are now delivering American-made retribution. Okay, Hal, what exactly does a one-way attack drone mean?
Well, I believe we talked about this a couple of days ago. These are the Lucas drones. They're basically low-cost unmanned aerial systems. It's something that we developed. Basically, we kind of copied the Shahed 136 drones. Those are those Iranian drones that the Russians have been using by the literally tens of thousands to attack Ukraine. And so we kind of copied that very simplistic drone sort of approach, and we built our own one-way attack drones, which we call Lucas. And we had deployed 1 or 2 squadrons over there, this Task Force Scorpion being the overarching thing that deals with that. But some of the attacks today, as I understand it, were these one-way drones. Now, the only thing I can say about that is they're obviously powerful, but they don't pack as much firepower as you're going to have with a strike aircraft or with a Tomahawk missile. I think the warhead's about 18 kilograms. Now, trust me, you can pack a lot of explosive force in 18 kilograms, but it's not going to be the same thing as if you get hit with a 500-pound bomb or a 1-ton warhead or something like that. But, you know, for certain target sets, this is a really good way of going in there and hitting them, particularly if there's air superiority or air supremacy, which means that they really can't stop these drones from coming in. And the psychological effect of drones flying in unhindered, unimpeded, unaddressed by Iranian air defense capabilities. Psychologically, that is incredibly wearing on the defenders, in this case on the Revolutionary Guard Corps, on the Iranian military, and it's going to wear them down. And it also is something that the Iranian people see, and they look at these military elements or defense security elements of the regime and say, these guys can't protect us. They're absolutely useless. And it's time to stand up and do something about that, which is our desired end state, which is to see the regime go away.
So an interesting one coming in from Greg in Phoenix. Greg says, will the Allied forces go after the military infrastructure complexes and ensure to destroy all the drone manufacturing? And what effect would this have on the Russians with Ukraine war if this has taken place, Hal?
That's an excellent question. First off, from what I understand, yes, we've already been going after military infrastructure. So that's already being addressed. I don't know how big it is. We haven't got the battle damage assessment to say how much of that has been impacted. I'm kind of inferring a little bit based on some earlier statements that were made that we were looking at drone manufacturing capabilities. I don't know that we have hit any drone factories right now in Iran. Now, some of the drones that are manufactured, or a lot of the drones that are manufactured in Iran were being shipped up to Russia, and they were being used to attack Ukraine. However, about a little over 2 years ago, Iran set up a licensing agreement, for lack of a better term, with the Russians, and the Russians actually produced their own Shahed 136 drones. They may produce most of those drones that they use in Russia now. So even if we took out Shahed 136 factory in Iran, that wouldn't stop those drones from showing up in the Russian inventory to be used to attack Ukraine. However, I will say this, Ukraine has a variety of systems, long-range systems that they can use, like the Flamingo cruise missile. And so if the Iranian source of those drones is shut down, that means that maybe they should prioritize attacking the Russian production facilities for those drones and shut down all source of those drones to the Russian military altogether. But that's a decision the Ukrainians would have to make, and that depends on whatever happens with the Iranian campaign or with the campaign against Iran.
You know, as I've kind of just been watching this play out, I've been looking at some of our live pictures, like at Tel Aviv, where we're kind of in the overnight hours here. It's approaching 4:30 in the morning, Israel Standard Time. Let's just take a live look at some of the images coming through. We've got a bunch of different ones. This is Jerusalem, a live look at Jerusalem, a second vantage point of Jerusalem. As I said, Tel Aviv. Here, a little dark, but this is a live vantage point in Doha. Another one in Jerusalem, and then this is northern Israel. So we've got cameras that are just keeping an eye on all these different population centers. You know, one thing that I have a big question about moving forward here, Hal, is if we do see more ballistic missiles from the Iranians or drones, and if they are indeed sent Israel's way, something you and I talked about this past week is the idea that the USS Gerald R. Ford is pretty close to Israel right now. We usually think of the Iron Dome being Israel's protection, but it does have the Iron Dome. But there's also this extra layer of protection. They've got the USS Gerald R. Ford right by. So speak about the defense that Israel has right now, and really the defensive capabilities that we've seen not only in Israel and right in the vicinity of Israel, but also some of the defensive capabilities we've seen in some of Iran's Arab neighbors as well.
Well, if you will, I'll start with Gerald R. Ford, and I'm going to move to the Persian Gulf very quickly. The Gerald R. Ford, obviously, carrier has its own air defense system, but really what defines the missile and air defense system for the carrier itself is the escorts around it, these smaller ships that have the Aegis air defense system, and a variety of other things. One of the things I'm waiting to see, and I'm waiting to hear more about this, is my understanding is that we have deployed some directed energy and laser capability to intercept drones and maybe even take missiles out. I'm waiting to hear if those are fully deployed, how they're being employed, and if they're having success with those. That would not just be with the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Task Force, that would probably also be in other places. And it could be on the ground as well, around some of these air bases. Now, if I may move out, yes, all of those countries that we talked about, they have their own air defense capability, usually using our stuff. I know one of the countries uses our THAAD, our Theater High Altitude Air Defense System, which goes after ballistic missiles high in their arc of trajectory, and then also the Patriot system, which is rather famous, been around for a long time. They've been using those to great effect to intercept ballistic missiles and to intercept drones. And then we have our on-base stuff that we have in and around our military installations. But also, you may recall all those ships that we had sent up into the Persian Gulf. All those ships have their own air defense systems for missiles and drones as well. And they provide an additional layer, actually an early layer to, and have traditionally with missiles that were flying over or drones that were being sent over to hit Israel. Well, they'd have to go through these multiple air defense zones in order to get to Israel, some of those on the ships. And so a lot of them were intercepted before they ever even got close to Israeli airspace. But now I imagine more of that is actually intercepting missiles or drones that are aimed at some of those Persian Gulf countries themselves. So there is a very robust air defense system. Of course, one of the stated concerns that was out there in the media was that we would use so much of this air defense weaponry in this campaign that if something were to happen, say, between China and Taiwan, that we wouldn't have the same amount of ammunition that we would want to deal with that other contingency.
He did not just say that about an hour ago.
We have been very busy from a military perspective over the last few years, you know, and so a lot of the inventory that we have has been drawn down to take care of some of these other contingencies.
Hal being generous with his time today. Hal, we'll be checking in soon. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Austin.
And if you want to listen to Hal's podcast, he is the host of the Strat Podcast. You can listen to the podcast anywhere podcasts are available. A live look at Jerusalem, where you can see the moonlight there. We expect that in the next few hours here, we'll see the sun come up. We will definitely be watching to see if we have any more military activity. President Trump says that throughout the week, this will be a reoccurring military effort. That could mean that we see more activity soon. We don't know, obviously, the specifics. We don't know if this will be a daily event. We don't know if we'll see something in the coming hours here. These are just simply things that we're going to have to track in real time. Secretary Pete Hegseth describing this operation as the most lethal, most complex precision aerial operation in history. His warning was blunt. He says if Americans' lives are harmed, we will kill you. He said that the U.S. did not start this conflict, but the U.S. will finish it. The diplomatic front has been heating up as well as of late at the United Nations. If you were watching live now earlier this afternoon, you know that there was an emergency meeting called at the UN. We watched it in full, basically, as the U.S., Iran, Israel, a number of other major international players like the Russians and the Chinese, they all spoke and they all gave their take on what happened overnight. In Washington, some members of Congress are demanding a vote under the War Powers Act. That's something that we're going to have to track closely as the week goes forward. Something I'm also going to be tracking here is the economic and the global economic piece to all of this. We do have Max Meislich standing by. Max is with the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. And Max, I just want to make sure that you're connected with me here. Do you have me?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. So, you know, we have been kind of talking about the military angle of all of this. I wanted to bring you in so we could talk about the global economic ripples, if you will, from an event like this. Where does your mind go when something like this happens? Are we talking economic ripples in the form of energy, in the form of something else? What's worth tracking in the coming days?
Yeah, you're spot on. First of all, thanks for having me on the program. And with respect to your question, where we're going to see real market dynamics being impacted by what's happening now, energy is the first and foremost area. The Strait of Hormuz, which is an area where Iran is seeking to maintain some element of control, is responsible for moving about 20 to 30% of global oil flows and also about 30% of all liquefied natural gas.
So when this attack happens, what, if any, impact would the average American see, for example?
There's concerns that fuel prices could go up. We're in a dynamic right now where there's actually an oversupply of a lot of fuel. So for days and weeks, we might actually be in an okay position for average consumers. But over the long term, if this conflict were to stretch on, if Iran were to take potentially more kinetic action and lay mines or have attacks from their naval assets in the Strait of Hormuz causing longer-term disruption, then we could see the cost of goods go up as the cost of fuel does as well.
So let's say that, it's now been confirmed that the supreme leader has in fact been killed. President Trump confirmed it earlier today, and Iranian state TV confirmed it themselves within the past hour or so here. Let's go there. If there is a new regime, and certainly the top of the Iranian leadership, no matter what,
take advantage of small opportunities when you're in a position of weakness. What the Iranians did, and now they're dead, their leadership, is they exacerbated the threats and they kicked away all the opportunities every time they came in front of them. They were not negotiating from any position of strength whatsoever. Laura, even their proxies have abandoned them. And we don't know what's going to happen moving forward. I'm sure there's going to be something that emerges from this, and we all hope it doesn't. But their proxies have been basically castrated. They had no card to play with, and they were acting like they had a full house. It was just bizarre, and now you see what happens.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
It's going to look different from this point moving forward. What could be the potential possible positive ramifications that could eventually come with new Iranian leadership?
Yeah, if we're going to take the bull case and be optimistic for a second and think about change in leadership, especially if there's a change that wants to.
It's really, truly all the above with these soft targets. And like I said, just use some good common sense. If you're going out for the evening, you've got to know the exit points. You've got to know your surroundings. And the biggest thing, Austin, if you see something that just doesn't look normal, pick up the phone and call 911. And at least report that. You may actually save a life.
We've been having the audience send in questions like usual. Kaylee in Mobile says, how concerned is a law enforcement agency like the FBI about retaliation from Iran through the activation of sleeper cells within the United States? And Jamie, I just need to, again, make something clear, as you've been making clear, which is that we don't have any imminent indication that anything like this is happening. We're just seeing a lot of local law enforcement agencies saying, you got to be a little extra vigilant nowadays. So to answer Kaylee's question,
the FBI has already said there's a threat.
Would a law enforcement agency like the FBI and perhaps other major local law enforcement agencies be about the activation of sleeper cells?
Well, I think they're very concerned. We've been hearing sleeper cells for years now. The bad actors coming across that southern border. In terms of the FBI, rest assured they have a great joint terrorism task force. The intelligence apparatus works 24/7, Austin. They're out tracking through whether it's signal intelligence, human intelligence, and what have you. So, they certainly are tracking these groups the best they can. If you go back to Secretary Noem, she came out recently and made a statement. There's several thousand concerned actors that are in the country that they just can't track. So, some of these cells may perhaps be untrackable. They may not be on the radar. And, of course, that's where the citizens come in. If you see something just doesn't look right, pick up the phone and call. You may actually connect the dots to one of these sleeper cells or these individuals that want to do us harm right here in the homeland. So great question.
Jamie Copenhaver joining us. Jamie, thanks for hopping on. I wanted to make sure we got something like this on tonight. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Austin.
You bet. All right, it's approaching 10 p.m. in the nation's capital. I'm just going to continue kind of eyeballing all these live vantage points we've got in a number of cities in the Middle East. We've lost one of our vantage points of Jerusalem, I believe. This is our second vantage point of Jerusalem. This one of Tel Aviv, here in Doha, where we're starting to get a little bit of a foggy look out there in Doha. By the way, we've been keeping an eye on all of the news wires just in case anything new breaks. Bill is with Reuters. It says Iran's biggest offensive operation in the history of its armed forces will be launched in moments toward Israel and U.S. bases, the IRGC says. So this is why we're keeping an eye on all of these different cities, because if Iran does in fact launch a new offensive, there's a good chance that we will see some of those missiles appear on cameras like this. We've been seeing the Iron Dome at work. We know that the USS Gerald R. Ford is parked not too far away from Israel as well. That certainly would boost the defensive capabilities in the region. We here at Live Now, tracking any and all leads, and Reuters has this again. I'll just reiterate. Iran says its biggest offensive operation in its history will be launched in moments toward Israel and the U.S. bases. There are, of course, a number of U.S. bases around the Middle East. A number of them have been targeted ever since the 12-day war last June. Let's take our final break. We have a lot more to cover tonight. We are going to be checking in with Alon Burstein, showing more of your questions, and of course,
all right, so if they're saying that Iran is getting ready to launch their largest offensive operation, looks like things are going to be getting busy here very shortly. All right, if you've got questions for me, put them in the chat. I'm actually standing up outside of the Intimidator because this stool I have has no back, and it is killing mine. Oh, are we? I didn't realize that. That's where I used to live. That's National Harbor in Washington, D.C. I used to live directly underneath of that.
I don't believe I've seen any on-camera briefings or anything of that nature from Hegseth yet. We do know that Hegseth was tracking this closely, as President Trump was tracking this from southern Florida. Overnight, on President Trump's orders, the Department of War commenced Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precision aerial operation in history. The Iranian regime had their chance, yet refused to make a deal, and now they are suffering the consequences. For almost 50 years, Iran has targeted and killed Americans, always seeking the world's most powerful weapons to further their radical cause. Last night, unlike any previous president, President Trump began dealing with this cancer. We will not tolerate powerful missiles targeting the American people. Those missiles will be destroyed along with Iran's missile production. The Iranian Navy will be destroyed. And as President Trump has said his entire life, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. The United States did not start this conflict, but we will finish it. If you kill or threaten Americans anywhere in the world, as Iran has, then we will hunt you down and we will kill you. Our warriors are the best in the world, and they are fully unleashed to achieve our objectives. May God's providence protect them in this vital mission. Fox's Greg Palcott with a look at everything that we've been tracking past 24 hours.
Following a
It
major
was
joint
reported
attack
that
by the U.S. and Israel,
struck at a
President Donald
U.S.
Trump
vessel,
says
but there's no
Iran's
evidence.
Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. In a social media post, he called the leader, quote, one of the most evil people in history. In an announcement early Saturday, he had a message for the Iranian people.
The hour of your freedom is at hand. Take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
More than 40 other senior Iranian security and regime figures were said to have been killed. The U.S. and Israel took the unusual decision to strike during daytime to achieve the element of surprise. Officials say they knew the Ayatollah and his top officials were in a specific location, then took out his compound. International security experts are skeptical whether a positive government change will be the outcome.
They are very likely to experience a lot of devastation and destruction, but it's not clear that this is actually going to be the step that leads to regime change in Iran.
The Ayatollah's death marks the second opportunity for a supreme leader change since 1989. And with no clear successor, the Islamic Republic now faces the crisis of a void in its top authority. Meanwhile, human rights advocates are warning that the fallout of the operation could lead to a regional, wider war.
It is civilians who end up paying the ultimate price.
Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar faced missiles and drones as Iran responded with retaliatory strikes targeting U.S. military installations. In Israel, sirens blared throughout the day, a warning to residents to run for shelter. Those strikes could also rattle global markets. Economic experts warn the conflict could drive up oil prices. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
We'll let you know if we get more reporting from Fox News. They've been tracking this as closely as we've been tracking this. A live look at Tel Aviv, about 5 in the morning, Israel Standard Time. Let's bring in Professor Alon Burstein. Alon has been speaking with me almost on the weekly about the Israel-Hamas war. We've been bringing Alon on anytime there's been anything to do with Trump's recent Board of Peace. We've also brought Alon in anytime there's been direct activity between the Israelis, the U.S., and Iran. You and I were on the air live as the 12-day war happened last summer. Anytime the U.S. and Iran and Israel, anytime any of the three have had any direct military activity, you've always helped us understand and add context to these situations in real time. We've also been getting in questions from viewers like Alex. I'm going to start off with Alex's question this time. Alon, can there be a peaceful solution to any or all of this, or is it too late?
Good to see you, Austin. This audio is a little choppy, but I can read the questions. So let me know if you have any trouble hearing me. It has been a very, very intense 24 hours, obviously, in the Middle East. And the question of if it's too late or not, well, it depends on what we think of as a peaceful solution, because the question really is, what are the sides actually, forgive me, what are they talking about?
Yeah, it does seem like we're having some audio connectivity issues with Alon. So what we'll do here is we will pivot. We'll try and remedy this. We'll try and see if we can connect with Alon offline. Perhaps we can see if there's something that we can do to help get us connected. I know that usually we can connect with him just fine. So what we'll do in the interim, we'll try and do some troubleshooting behind the scenes. What I'll do for a moment here is I'll play a little bit of this emergency UN Security Council meeting. We heard from representatives from the the U.S., from Iran. We also heard from Israel as well. I'm going to time this up so that we hear a little bit of what the Israelis had to say at today's UN meeting. Let's listen into a little bit of this. This is Danny Denon.
Events in your parliament, משבר ישראל, משבר אמריקה. They mean death to Israel, death to America.
All right, folks, and Iran has just announced that they are about to launch the largest military attack in their history.
Yeah. Israeli and American flags were painted on roads so they could be trampled. Our flags were burned in public squares. This is not the anger of our radical fringe. It is state-sanctioned hatred. And while those marchbar chants echoed, uranium was enriched, centrifuges span, missiles were built, facilities were buried deep underground. It was never just empty rhetoric. It was preparation for action. But today, alongside our ally, the United States, we act to stop it. Israel stands before you today, having acted with the United States to confront and stop an existential threat before it became irreversible. The operation targets nuclear infrastructure, ballistic missile sites, the machinery of repression that fuels terror across our region. We did not act of impulse. We did not act of aggression. We acted out of necessity because the Iranian regime left no reasonable alternative. This joint effort will continue for as long as the threat remains. We thank President Trump and acknowledge the close cooperation between Israel and the U.S., which has brought the alliance between our countries to an all-time high in peace and in war. Let us be clear about what we are confronting. This regime has built nuclear weapons in blatant disregard of international law and UN resolutions. It has brutally murdered its own citizens and crushed dissent. It's happened now as we speak in cities in Iran. It has expanded missile arsenals and armed proxies across the region. It has openly declared its intention to erase Israel from the map. Now, as it faces consequences, it is launching missiles and drones across the region, endangering the UAE, where a Pakistani citizen, unfortunately, was killed. Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Iraq. As we speak, in the last hour, a rocket targeted the city of Tel Aviv. Civilians, they don't target military bases. Civilians struck a building in Tel Aviv. An innocent woman was killed, and 21 people were injured. This is a regime that destabilizes wherever it reaches. It spreads violence outward while crushing freedom at home. It is not reacting. It is expanding. It is a machinery of radicalism that does not recognize borders. Mr. President, diplomacy was exhausted. Iran was required to stop enriching uranium, stop heavy water projects, stop developing nuclear-capable missiles, and allow full inspections. Iran did none of it. Instead, it fortified its nuclear facilities so we cannot get to them, accelerated missile production, and continued to fund terror. Since the last operation in the summer, they spent billions on the proxies. The resolutions were clear. The strategy was just as clear. Delay, delay, delay. But we will not be played. And it's simple what they were planning. They were building the means to corner us, to force an irreversible reality with our backs against the wall. That is not a future Israel will accept. No responsible nation should. This operation is guided by clear objectives: eliminate immediate threats, dismantle the nuclear program, destroy its ballistic missile production, neutralize naval threats, break the proxy network that destabilizes the region. The operation was carried out in order to protect the people of Israel within the framework of the ongoing armed conflict between Israel and Iran, in line with the UN Charter and in accordance with international law. Our forces stand ready to stop extremism armed with nuclear weapons. To the soldiers of the IDF, our boys and girls, my son, my daughter, we salute you. You stand like lions defending our people. An entire nation stands behind you. We have heard the condemnation from few member states, from the Secretary General. But we all know that escalation did not begin today. It began when Iran armed proxies and exported terror, expanded missiles and drones, advanced its nuclear program in violation of its commitments, turned on its own people, beating, imprisoning, executing. Where was the outrage of the UN? Where were the consequences? Now, Israel acts to prevent an irreversible threat, and the condemnation is immediate. This is the definition of hypocrisy. Some call this aggression. We call it necessity. We call it survival. Mr. President, history has taught us never to ignore those who openly call for our destruction. When a regime says it will destroy Israel, when it chants death to Israel, when it promises to wipe Haifa and Tel Aviv off the map, we believe it. We genuinely believe it when we see those hundreds of ballistic missiles that they are launching to Israel. We believe the threats. We do not ignore them. We do not gamble with our survival. We act. Now let me address the brave people of Iran. You are not our enemies. This operation is not directed at you. It is directed at a regime that has silenced you, imprisoned you, and invested in missiles and uranium while your economy suffers. You deserve better. It is this regime, the Basij, the Revolutionary Guard, who have dragged your country into isolation. The world does not fear a free Iran. It fears a radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and driven by extremism. Your future should not be defined by those who chant for death. As President Trump has said, the Iranian people deserve dignity, security, and the chance to shape their own destiny. We are thinking about you. You are seen. You are not alone. The future of Iran belongs to its people. We stand with you. Mr. President, this week, Jewish families all around the world celebrate Purim. Many Israelis will do so now in a bomb shelter. The story of Purim, happened more than 2,500 years ago, in the same place. In ancient Persia, an evil minister by the name of Haman sought to wipe out the Jewish people. And it began with words, with chants. It became a decree. It could have become a genocide. But Queen Esther refused to remain silent. She stepped forward, she spoke up, she acted before it was too late. That is a lesson we learned. It is not only an ancient lesson, it is a modern one. Last week, I stood at the gates of Auschwitz with dozens of UN ambassadors. We stood in a place that shows what happens when radicalism and extremism grows and no one stops it in time. Before the Holocaust, some leaders, serious leaders, believed that they could calm aggression with concessions. They were completely wrong. Giving in did not stop evil. It strengthened it. Winston Churchill understood what Queen Esther understood long before him. When destruction is declared and weapons are being prepared and assembled, leaders must act. Not later, now. Today, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu understand that same lesson. For decades, the Iranian regime has built missiles, enriched uranium, armed proxies, and spread terror far beyond its borders. This regime is not only Israel's enemy. It is an enemy of stability, an enemy of every peace-loving nation. In this joint operation, Israel and the US are acting together, not because we see conflict, because we refuse to ignore declared destruction. We are stopping extremism before it becomes unstoppable. We will ensure that no radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles can threaten our people or the entire world. Thank you, Mr. President.
That was earlier today. That was an emergency meeting by the UN Security Council. That was Danny Danon. He was speaking. He's the Israeli diplomat, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. We did connect with Alon Burstein. We got our connection issues sorted out. You know, we were just watching Danny. So let's talk a little bit about this emergency meeting. How consequential are meetings like this?
So once again, it's good to see you, and hopefully this time you can hear me. The question about how consequential it is really depends on which conflict we are talking about, because ultimately, the minute the United States, or for that matter, Russia, or one of the permanent members of the Security Council is involved in a conflict, the meeting becomes less important, because ultimately it's going to be a lot of rhetoric and a lot of accusing each other and a lot of making speeches that are usually meant actually for internal audiences. You know, we heard him now talking about, you know, the holiday of Purim. No one in the Security Council cares about Purim. That's meant to be heard by the Israeli audience that would be playing that. What that ends up being is rhetoric thrown against all sides. Ultimately, it is very, very obvious that there will not be any binding resolution of the Security Council when the United States is one of the two main actors that initiated this attack. So it's consequential in as much as the United Nations does have a role to play. If and when this does come to some sort of resolution or agreement, the Security Council will likely be involved. You know, these things are important in order to keep the diplomatic wheels turning, but in practice, the actual words that are said are going to have no meaning, because ultimately it will be determined when there's an agreement between the countries, and then the Security Council will say, yes, good job, we approve.
I got to show you this live vantage point. This is Iraq. This is a live camera, and this just got connected to our newsroom. So this is my first time seeing this. This is in Erbil, Iraq. I'm hearing from our producers. A black plume of smoke emanating from behind this West Eye building in front of the camera alone. I know you track sources, and I know that you keep a close eye on both Arab and Israeli media closely. We did hear from Reuters that Iran's biggest offensive operation in the history of its armed forces will be launched in, quote, moments toward Israel and U.S. bases, according to the IRGC. Time will tell what exactly that looks like. I wish I had more context about this black plume of smoke in Iraq, but Alon, when you see an image like this, how does Iraq play into what we've been tracking in the past 24 hours?
So as usual, we're covering things that are, live and ongoing. I'm going to apologize that I'm looking down. I'm literally scrolling through the different reports coming out of the Middle East in order to try to figure out what exactly that is. But there was a report about the Iraqi militias, and the Iraqi militias are really an important actor when it comes to the regional balance of power, because unlike previously the Assad regime, which was a regime that supported Iran, or the Houthis, which are, a quasi-regime, they control more than half of Yemen, that supports Iran, the militias in Iraq cannot be bullied or threatened by international diplomacy. They are not something that, like Hezbollah is a player in Lebanese politics. Lebanon so far has told Hezbollah, please don't get involved. The Iraqi militias are loyal to ostensibly no one except Iran. There are several militias. The biggest one that has been involved so far is called Katib Hezbollah, which is actually different than Hezbollah, but it's essentially the same idea. It's a rogue militia that operates within Iraq, that is loyal to Iran. And already when the initial strikes were launched by Israel, then that militia said they will, of course, retaliate. There have been several drones that were shot down in the northern areas of Israel, likely fired by Katib Hezbollah. The militia also said that one of its bases was hit. They did not say by who. I would actually bet that that's by the United States, not by Israel. They did not say by who. That's where this is fitting into that game. So this cloud of smoke that we're seeing, I would say, is either the retaliations against Katib Hezbollah by the United States, or possibly it is an Iranian attack against a U.S. base, although I would doubt that, because then we would probably be hearing a lot more about it if it was actually such a strike that actually hit a U.S. base. What also has to be taken into context is there's been a lot of political turmoil in Iraq with the appointment of a new prime minister. The prime minister that was going to be appointed was known to be much more friendly, I'll just say, with the Iranian regime. And President Trump outright issued an ultimatum. Even though his prime minister was elected, outright issued an ultimatum saying, if he is appointed prime minister, you are going to have problems with the United States. Until now, there's been sort of political deadlock about how Iraq's trying to figure its way out of that. But throw into that also rogue Iranian militias that are operating from Iraq, and that's where you get the recipe for these random explosions that we're probably going to see more of in the coming days as things continue to escalate.
As you track some of your sources Alon, I'll give you a moment. I'll just read a little bit of what I'm getting in from the news wires. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot specifically about this specific explosion or this specific plume of smoke in Iraq. But what we are hearing within the past hour or so is that Iran's Revolutionary Guard is threatening to launch its, quote, most intense offensive operation ever. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard is threatening, and it's really Sunday morning at this point now in the Middle East, so they threatened on Sunday morning to launch their most intense operation ever after the Supreme Leader was killed. They say that the most intense operation in the history of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will begin in moments. That's the way the IRGC put it moments ago. By the way, we were watching President Trump on Truth Social. He officially announced that Khamenei was killed, and then Iranian state television not too long ago, they officially confirmed that Khamenei had been killed. On Iranian state television, an anchor broke in to read the announcement of his death, saying, quote, "To the noble and proud people of Iran, with the ultimate grief and sorrow, this is to inform you that following the barbaric attack by the criminal governments of America and the evil Zionist regime, the true example of faith, jihad, and resistance, the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Guard, Ayatollah Khamenei, achieved the blessing of martyrdom," the anchor said. So that is how they portrayed it on Iranian state television. Iranian cabinet members also saying that what they're calling the great crime will not go unanswered. Iran's cabinet warned early Sunday that this great crime will not go unanswered after Khamenei was killed. The statement comes after state media officially announced that the 86-year-old supreme leader had been killed in that downtown Tehran compound. So Iranians initially cheered from rooftops and from their homes in Tehran, Iran's capital, when rumors first started to spread late Saturday of Khamenei's death. We have been, since then, keeping an eye on a number of live vantage points around the Middle East. That includes Tel Aviv. And I think Alon, what are you reading, Alon? I think you maybe have something here.
So I looked at a bunch of sources from the Middle East, and there's so many explosions happening across the Middle East, so it's still hard to see, but I'm actually matching this picture here with the different pictures, and most of them are actually contradicting my assessment. They are saying that it is an explosion that happened in Erbil, and that the current assessment of most people in the Middle East is that it is actually Iranian missiles that were targeting U.S. bases. One of these reports is showing U.S. interceptors actually trying to intercept missiles, and then this explosion. This is obviously unconfirmed. These are either reporters on the ground in Iraq, or different civilians. That the civilians are actually usually where I get the best sources, because they're the ones who know best. Exactly, people living in that building there, they know what that explosion is. So, but these reports right now, while I said that I would assume actually that this was a U.S. attack against Kataib Hezbollah, most of the assessments right now that I'm seeing are actually saying that this is an Iranian attack against a U.S. base in Erbil.
We have a new Truth Social post from President Trump. I don't think we have it in the system quite yet, but he just sent this out about a half hour ago saying, "No mercy to terrorists, you dumb bastards." The president. And that was sent by the Rapid Response account about a half hour ago. And it was a post that the president sent back in 2013. So the president posted that about 13, 14 years ago, and now the White House Rapid Response X account just resent that out about a half hour ago. I've been looking for any and all statements from the president. I haven't seen anything other than that in the past hour or two here. Alon, let's ask a little more questions from the audience. I'm
going to keep on looking for information about this, so I'll let you know if I find anything while we talk.
You got it. So we have this question, and let's keep talking about really this. This is a good question from Matthew. Let's pull this up. Matthew's in southern Arizona. What specific bases and areas are being retaliated against by Iran? This is a pertinent question, especially since we might very well be talking about an Iranian missile in Iraq there.
It's a great question. So the United States has basically two different types of personnel stationed throughout the Middle East. Some of these are more stationary. There are permanent bases that are set up in many, many countries. These include Qatar, these include Bahrain, these include Saudi Arabia, Jordan, less so in Israel actually, but some in Israel, some in northern Syria, although President Trump has been actually making great efforts to evacuate those regardless of this escalation, long before this escalation happened, and in Iraq. Most of these are stationed as a result of different conflicts that happened. For example, the Gulf Wars that happened in 1991 and in 2003. The United States stationed bases in the different neighboring countries that it was stationed there to protect, and then kept the soldiers there for strategic interests. Some of these are also to protect U.S. interests, such as oil fields and American oil companies. So that's the stationary targets. Then there's the mobile targets. There's this monumental armada that the United States has brought into the Middle East, and that also would be a target that Iran would very much love to hit, because it would be showing that it's not just able to attack stationary bases, it is also able to attack one of the aircraft carriers or the supporting ships that are coming in. Now, at this point, Iran's Navy is not really engaging the U.S. Navy, at least until now. They're not trying to attack these ships and open a naval warfare. Mostly the Navy is engaged in protecting Iran's shores and, according to UKMDO, closing the Straits of Hormuz. But those are really the two targets. Up until now, all of the attacks, and there's been lots and lots of missiles fired, over 100 Iranian missiles fired at U.S. bases, have been targeting the stationary bases in, again, Qatar, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, There's reports of explosions in Saudi Arabia. I will say it's one of the more weirder things. I have seen all day civilians, citizens in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, reporting explosions, and absolutely no one relating to it on the official channels, not the kingdom, not the United States, not Iran. So that's also happening. And now possibly we're seeing this in Iraq, in Erbil, which is an area, again, that the United States does have bases in. One of the reports that I just saw is that the smoke is rising from an area that usually is a residential area of U.S. Marines or U.S. interests. In Erbil, again, that's one report that I saw. But these are all the different targets that Iran is trying to inflict damage on at this point.
And I'm keeping an eye on all these different skylines in Israel because the IRGC says that it will be carrying out some sort of large-scale attack at some point in the near future. Alon is checking his sources, so I'll give you a moment to do that. I'll just go over a little bit of what we've been tracking. Let's just reset here for anybody who might just be settling in for the night and perhaps just kind of catching up here. This was the tweet that the president's account sent out, by the way. No mercy to terrorists, you dumb bastards, as the president posted on the rapid response account just about a half hour ago. For those of you just tuning in, of course, it's been a long news day and a busy news day. Really what we're looking for at this point is what will Iran do next? We also know that President Trump has pretty much assured that the U.S. will have some sort of recurring military activity. At least that's what he said in one of his most recent statements. He says that this will be a reoccurring thing for about a week's time. How often will military strikes come? It's unclear to us. That's something that we're waiting to see, and that's part of why we are staying on air 24/7 this weekend. We don't want to miss anything as it happens in real time. Tonight, really, we've been watching what may become one of the most consequential military confrontations in decades. In the early hours of the morning, 1:15 a.m. Eastern Time, U.S. and Israeli forces began striking targets across Iran. According to CENTCOM, the mission was clear: dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus and neutralize what officials described as imminent threats. Nearly 900 strikes happened in the first 12 hours from land, from air, and from sea. Tomahawks, HIMARS, standoff weapons, drones, all of it being involved in this massive attack. We did get some new video in from CENTCOM within the past couple of hours here. We have pretty much been tracking social media as closely as we can, just trying to get any footage that the U.S. military has sent out. They did send this out today. The IDF sent out a number of videos today as well, sharing some of what their military has been targeting. These are some of the explosions that the Israeli Air Force posted throughout the day. These are pictures that the White House sent out showing President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles in their makeshift Situation Room at Mar-a-Lago in southern Florida. The IDF also posting video of their commanders and their top brass as they were in their own version of the Situation Room, monitoring all of this as it was taking place in real time. Alon has been checking his sources. I'm curious, Alon, have you been reading anything? Not too much coming through from Alon. So, Alon, why don't I ask you
all I can see so far is repeated, I'll say this from sources that I trust even more, that are all saying that this was an Iranian missile attack in Erbil. I will say that most of them are saying that they are confirming that because they saw the United States anti-aircraft attempt to intercept Iranian missiles that were being fired towards Erbil. Now that's important because what we may be seeing is not a direct hit that happened. It may be the result of an interception, the result of fragments. Very often what ends up happening when missiles are intercepted, these ballistic missiles are fired.
No, it hit the NSA base
launching
in Erbil.
God knows how many hundreds of miles an hour, and then they're intercepted midair. They have a lot of explosive material within them. That all falls to the ground. It does not cause the explosions that it would cause if the missile hit, but it still causes severe explosions. So it may be, and again, this is now totally speculation on my part, but it may be that the reason that we're not seeing sort of a lot of media blasts about a U.S. base that was hit, we are seeing an explosion that happened near an area that might have been a U.S. base, is it's possible the missiles were intercepted, causing this explosion in and around the area. But like I said, that is all speculation on my part. What is coming out is a statement that was made from Iran with regards to what's going to happen next as far as they're concerned in the transitional powers. I don't know if you want to talk about that yet, like the supreme leader and like where things stand.
Well,
but that
alone, that's incredibly important. You and I spoke earlier this week, and this was before this strike happened. We were hearing murmurs that the Iranian leadership structure, if you will, they were already planning for something like this and who a potential successor could be. What are you hearing?
So first of all, I just want to put things a little bit in perspective with regards to who is the supreme leader or who was the supreme leader in Iran, because a lot of people are, I think, mistakenly thinking that this was just an all-encompassing dictator, and once you remove him, the regime might fall apart. But Iran has had close to 50 years since the revolution happened to develop a well-oiled machine. And the role of Ali Khamenei, while he was certainly an all-encompassing dictator, his role is not the same as that of Gaddafi in Libya or Assad in Syria, where you had sort of one dictator controlling everything. And if he was removed, there was no ideology underneath. There was no support structure underneath. He was removed and it was gone. Unlike that, in Iran, there is a very, very complicated political system that operates under the supreme leader that is all meant to ensure that on the one hand, there's sort of a facade of democracy. There are elections in Iran. There were elections since the revolution happened. However, there's this structure that's set up where the supreme leader appoints people who are then responsible for deciding who's allowed to run in the elections. He appoints the head of the judiciary, who then decides who else is allowed to run in the elections. So it all filters back to him. What is important, though, is that there is a built-in mechanism of succession. When the revolution happened, it happened under Khomeini, and he died in 1989. And there is a system that's then supposed to come into place. A council of experts, 86 mullahs, that is religious scholars, are supposed to get together and elect a new supreme leader that will then become, the word of God as far as, the devout Shiites would consider in Iran. So the fact that Khamenei has been killed is critically important, obviously, for, first of all, for morale in Israel and the United States with regards to the war. There's a lot of hope, I think, that Israel and the United States have that this will maybe lead Iranians to take to the streets. There's a lot of footage coming out showing Iranians cheering with the news of Khamenei being killed. At the same time, the regime is far from falling apart at this point, unless there would be some sort of internal rebellion. And what the Iranian state news site, IRNA, just put out is they said that a 3-person council is going to be established. It's going to be made up of the country's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who was also targeted for assassination, but he was not assassinated, the chief of the judiciary, and one of the jurists of the Guardian Council, that is a separate council in Iran. They are going to get together and temporarily assume all leadership duties in the country. So what this means is that, first of all, the regime is trying to display, both externally and much more importantly, internally, that we haven't fallen apart. We are immediately establishing a council. We're immediately making sure that things are going to move forward. But I'll go a step further. And I'll say the fact that they're appointing this council rather than getting together and announcing the next supreme leader.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. So far, Sapir and Yahav.
Also be targeted for assassination. That doesn't mean that they would succeed, but obviously there would be an interest for Israel or the United States to try to assassinate him. And that's why they're saying, for now at least, they're going to assemble this council of 3 people, and they are going to take all leadership roles in the country, which is also significant, and move the country forward. So that's the latest report coming out with regards to the government of Iran and who's going to be the current leaders. It's going to be a council of 3 people. I'm just going to say one last thing. This should not be. This should remind us of something that you and I spoke about quite a lot. Hamas. Hamas similarly had a leader. The leader was killed, and after that, Hamas established a council because they said very obviously the next leader is going to be killed. And therefore, they established a council, and they did that until the ceasefire was declared. They're supposed to now elect a new leader. Iran, very likely following that same logic.
Let's talk about. Let's get to Gabrielle's question, actually. It ties in with this, really. How can the U.S. guarantee that another authoritarian regime does not take over? What kind of optionality does the U.S. have here alone?
Excellent question, and that is precisely what everyone who, like me, studies politics in the Middle East is sort of screaming, do not think that simply by taking out the supreme leader, it's now smooth sailing. And then we say that for two reasons. Firstly, forced regime change tends to fail. Look at Iraq, look at Afghanistan. If you look at situations across the Arab Spring where there was external intervention, again, like Libya, which is still a country that's fallen apart, forced external regimes that come from decapitation tend to fail. When you have more successful regime change is when there is a combination of external pressure, but when the actual overthrowing comes internally, when it actually comes as, and again, see Syria, when then you have much more of stability in the country because those that were in position to take power end up actually assuming the positions of control. Does that mean that it will be a smooth transition to democracy? No, but that does mean that at least there'll be less of a cascade into civil war usually if it comes internally rather than just external decapitation. Now, when it comes to how can we ensure that it is not another authoritarian regime, I'll say it bluntly, we simply cannot. The successful cases that are pointed to by the United States, that of Germany and Japan after World War II, they required an active occupation of those countries. They required the United States coming in, rewriting constitutions, committing billions of dollars to the project of reestablishing schools, reestablishing parliaments. Since then, the United States attempts to change authoritarian regimes to democracies have sometimes been more successful, but typically they end up, even if there's a brief flirtation with democracy, end up failing and falling down. Iran's case is a little bit different because the regime, this is a revolutionary regime unto itself, so it has been imposing itself on the population already for about 50 years. And many people say maybe there will simply be a return of the previous regime, and that's where a lot of the protesters were shouting for the son of the Shah, Reza Pahlavi, to be brought back. He lives in the United States, to be brought back to Iran. And many people are speculating that Trump is hoping and planning to bring him back. And it is true, the Shah of Iran that controlled Iran prior to the 1979 Islamic Revolution was a very, very big modernizer. He was a good friend, he was a good ally of Israel, an ally of the United States. He brought a lot of women's rights, he brought a lot of liberalization to the streets of Iran. At the same time, I keep on reminding people, he was also quite a ruthless dictator. He completely outlawed all opposition. All elections in the country were very, very blatantly fraudulent, certainly after 1953. He also took on a lot of the roles of a king, and that's one of the reasons there was public sort of disgruntlement that ended in rebellion in 1979. So bringing back the Shah is something that would very likely bring about more of a turn to the west of Iran. However, is that not another authoritarian regime? It probably would be. So that's where we are. There's this hope that maybe there will be a democratic transition. At this point, there first has to be an overthrowing of the authoritarian regime. Then there has to be someone coming to power that wants to instill some stability. That someone, like we have in Syria right now, where there is a regime that's relatively stable, but there's no democracy. That someone has to be the one who then says, I'm going to do a transition to democracy. A hell of a lot of variables that would have to fall into place for this to be a smooth transition to democracy. It's possible, but very much not guaranteed.
We have been tracking all these live vantage points. And by the way, for those of you who are wondering, Alon, pretty much in real time, he tracks all of these sources. He reads the news outlets in Hebrew and the news outlets in Arabic. A lot of times during these breaking news moments, we get breaking news updates, and it's because Alon can help us translate some of these things in real time. You're looking at a live look at Tel Aviv, the time about 5:40 in the morning, Israel Standard Time. So the sun coming up.
I'm going to break in there for a second
Please.
and say there's a report that came out just recently saying that an Iranian drone just hit the Burj Khalifa in Dubai.
Oh,
that is a
that's
very,
the
very
tallest
famous
building in the world.
Very famous building, the tallest building in the world. I'm seeing these reports. There's actually footage That shows at night that a drone hit. I mean, it looks like, quote unquote, minor damage, like it's an explosion that happened in one of the tall buildings, but you can see the drone flying into it. This is from, I think, about an hour ago. And this is also indicative of the way Iran is actually carrying this out. Iran made the statement that there are no more red lines, and I have to say, until now, without actually breaking the bank, they are living up to it. They have, no one would have expected Iran to really, they have launched attacks by now at Bahrain, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates. So there's Qatar, reports of those explosions in Saudi Arabia, missiles intercepted in and over Jordan, explosions in Iraq, obviously missiles to Israel. They said, all bets are off if this happens, and I think that they're trying to prove, again, so far they didn't fire a missile at the Burj Khalifa, they're not trying to bring it down, but this is a show of intent. This is a show of all bets are off and don't make us escalate further, so to speak, is how I would read that.
And I do know that, and you might be looking at the same thing I'm looking at, where basically we've seen a number of near misses, and in some cases there were nearby buildings that I know had felt the impact of Iranian drones that may have been intercepted in the area. Time will tell. We'll wait for some official confirmation from perhaps the UAE or other sources in the area. Alon, as we kind of zoom out here, and I'll ask you to take a look at the IDF post that's on your screen. The IDF posted this earlier today. It's got a picture of the 7 people. By the way, the Supreme Leader not mentioned in this graphic. I believe when they sent this out, it wasn't confirmed publicly that he had been killed yet. But when we go through some of the names that are on this list, help us put this into context. People that are watching this, myself included, we aren't familiar with these people, but the IDF clearly sees them as high-value targets.
So there's a couple of different, I'm trying to pull up the list that the IDF, because the IDF published another list, also putting specifically like the titles for each and every one of them. So I want to pull that up while I'm here just to see what the IDF was calling them.
I can, if you want, while you pull it up, I'll read some of the titles because they've got it attached to us. So the Minister of Defense for the IRGC, the Chief of the Military Bureau of Khomeini, the Supreme Leader's Advisory for Security Affairs and Secretary of the Defense Council, the Chief of the IRGC, the Chairman of the SPND, the former Chairman of the SPND, and the Head of Intelligence of the Qassem Al-Anbiya Command. So 7 high-profile figures here that the IDF says they eliminated today.
So among them, I'll say this. First of all, Ali Shamhani is a very, very interesting figure because he's not only the chief advisor of the High Council. We see him sort of in the top, second from the left. Second from the right. He's not only one of the chief advisors to the Supreme Leader, he was one of the main ideologues of Ali Khamenei himself. He's a close friend of Ali Khamenei. They have a good relationship. And one of the interesting facets about this is that in the past, there was an attempt to assassinate him back in June, and there were a lot of reports that he was assassinated, and all the reports said that the Supreme Leader is devastated and is ordering massive retaliations. And then it turned out that he survived the assassination attempt. After he survived that assassination attempt, he was elevated to the position of, again, I think it's the chief advisor of one of the most important councils. But really, he was sort of seen. I'm not going to go as far as to say the successor, because he was not a religious figure, but he was seen as sort of the man behind the scenes, the man who really is whispering at the ear of Ali Khamenei. And the fact that he was, I'll say, finally assassinated, because there were several attempts to assassinate him back in June of 2025, and all of them failed. That was very significant, and that was one of the first things that the Israeli military put out. Then, of course, we have the IRGC commander, Mohammad Fahour. His assassination is important on 2 levels. First, there's sort of the moral level for Israel. The IRGC is one of the mechanisms that exports
hostile
Iranian
aircraft intrusion.
Across the Middle
Eilat.
East, and assassinating the leader of the IRGC. Unto itself, Israel is sending a message. But more than that, what we have right now is a situation where, despite all of these blows the Iranian regime has suffered, we have yet to hear, maybe things are happening under the scenes, but we have yet to hear of any defections that are happening from within the security apparatus in Iran. And that's really going to be the breaking point. because Iran has several different security mechanisms in place to ensure the survival of the regime. There's the military, the police. Then there's the Basij, that is sort of the civil defense that's in charge of actually daily suppression of any protests. And then there's the IRGC. The IRGC are by far the most loyal. They're the most loyal. They are the ones that the Supreme Leader was surrounding himself with. They're the most trusted people. They're the ones that are supposedly going to go down with the ship. Assassinating the leader of the IRGC not only sends that message, but it also could be important because Israel and the United States, I mean, I'm speculating here, but they must be hoping for those defections within the ranks and leaderships of the different security apparatuses, because that's going to be one of the things that enables an internal rebellion to come about. Another interesting thing is the head of the SPND, that's that's an abbreviation of the Organization of Defense, Innovation, and Research, which essentially is the organization that's in charge of Iran's nuclear program. So who was assassinated there was also Hussein Jabal Amarin. So he's in the second row, I believe he's in the center, it was a little hard for me to see. And also the former head, Safad Raza Nia, was assassinated. So these are people that are in charge of Iran's military development, I'll say, but specifically in this case, nuclear research and development as well. And again, that's just part of the ongoing attempts of Israel and the United States to curtail Iran's nuclear program. Beyond them, the other figures are, more obvious, I'll say, because they're just politicians. The defense minister, the other ministers that are in charge. But those four figures that I mentioned, they have a lot of symbolic meaning also within Iran's regime, and their assassination has a lot of symbolic meaning for Israel and the United States with regards to signaling what it is they're trying to do, what it is they're trying to achieve. One more thing that I want to mention, and this is something that I spoke to you about, back in June, and this is something that's constantly sort of like plaguing my mind. There's one figure in Iran that remains a mystery, and that is the figure of Ismail Qaani. He's not on this list. Ismail Qaani is the head of Iran's Quds force. He's the one who replaced Qasem Soleimani back in 2020. He was assassinated during the first round of the Trump administration. The Quds force, their mission is really to be the connecting arm of Iran to the proxies in the Middle East, to Hezbollah, to the militias in Iraq, to the Houthis. He is, why do I say that he's a surprising figure, is because his role keeps on he's constantly not being targeted by these assassinations. And why is that strange? The head of the Quds force was present in Beirut right before Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. Then Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. This is now in September of 2024. And 3 days later, there are reports that Ismail Qaani has been arrested on charges that he may be a spy of the Mossad. That he disappears for a week and then comes back to his role, nothing happened. Then, once again, when there's the assassination rounds in June of 2025, he disappears. No one knows where he is. A slew of rumors that maybe he's finally been exposed as the one that's selling out the Iranian regime. And then a month later, he also reappeared within Iranian ranks and no one said anything about him. One thing I'm going to say, his name has not been mentioned. In the last 24 hours, no one has attempted to assassinate him. Iran hasn't mentioned him. His role one day is going to either be a behind the scenes figure within Iran, or he's going to make for the best Netflix show ever as the spy who managed to orchestrate everything about this, because honestly, I cannot figure out where he is and why he's never the aim of these assassinations.
If it's puzzling you, it's puzzling a lot of people, I gotta say that. Let's get back to this live vantage point of Iraq, by the way. This is Erbil, Iraq. You and I were talking about this a few moments ago. I've just been seeing a lot of reports online. I've been looking through it myself. There's reports of at least one drone or a possible ballistic missile impact at an international airport in Kurdistan, which is in northern Iraq. Time will tell. The black plume of smoke appears to be dissipating, so the sun coming up in the Middle East also, everybody can tell from our live look at Iraq, our live look at Tel Aviv, the sun coming up. Really, it was around this time, in about an hour or two here, really, we'll be crossing the 24-hour threshold of when the attack was initiated. Alon, I want to ask you this question that Ryan sent in. How might the U.S.-Israeli strikes affect long-term U.S. military operations and presence in the Middle East. There's really two questions here. I like the second question as well. I'm going to ask that in a moment. But let's focus on the first question. How might the U.S. Military operations and presence in the Middle East change? How might their posture change as a result of what we've seen today?
I'd say we have to separate the short term from the long term. On the short term, I do not expect a big change to happen in the deployment of the United States in the Middle East. On the contrary, I would say if the United States, let's say that this ends tomorrow with a new deal and the Iranian regime manages to rebuild itself, the United States is going to continue to have the same or more military presence in the Middle East out of fear of retaliations or further spirals, etc. In turn, if this goes the way that Trump and Netanyahu are dreaming about, and there's an Iranian revolution that happens tomorrow, and then all of a sudden the old regime is wiped away and there's a new Iran that everyone's dealing with, that's a process that's going to take, I would say, at least a year or two before it's stabilized. And also then we will likely not see the United States just pulling its bases out of the Persian or Arab Gulf and saying, okay, I guess we don't need such a strong presence because the Iranian threat has been lifted. So in the immediate, I do not actually expect this to have a big impact on the permanent forces stationed in the Middle East. Obviously, the Armada will probably be relocated elsewhere.
Yeah.
Long term, however, this likely will have an impact. But long term, obviously, we also have to factor in who is going to be president, because Trump came to power with these promises of America first and these promises of pulling the United States out of all these international interventions around the world. Meanwhile, in turn, he's been actually very interventionist when it comes to a lot of things. So it depends who the next president is, because I'm talking long term. I'm saying like again 2 or 3 years from now. It depends who the next president is and how they are going to view the role of the United States in the Middle East. One more geopolitical thing, and then we'll get to that second question. One more geopolitical thing that relates to the United States activity in the Middle East, something that is very much on my mind, because obviously my main focus is Israel and Palestine, the situation in Gaza. That is very much on my mind is, how is this going to affect the Board of Peace? The Board of Peace that President Trump has established is made up of a lot of different actors, many of them rivals, and there's a lot of tensions. Obviously, everyone wants to be part of what Trump has created because everyone wants to get on the good side of the United States. At the same time, we have within the Board of Peace, Qatar, Bahrain, Turkey. These are countries that really did not want the United States to carry out attacks in Iran, and they are now suffering the consequences with these retaliations. And I would say, certainly, if the United States, all of a sudden, if Trump says, all right, Khamenei's dead, the new council that's going to be appointed is now going to make some sort of nuclear deal, and we've had enough, and I'm going to pull back, those countries are going to be nervous. Those countries are going to say, wait a minute, we are now on the front line of Iran. Now we've been pulled into the war. We have suffered the retaliations. Next time Iran's pissed at the United States, the bases in our area is going to be fair game. What does this do to the Board of Peace in Gaza? What does this do to Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, their missions to the Board of Peace? They're all supposed to cooperate with the United States and Israel, ostensibly, in Gaza. However, at the same time, there's going to be all these tensions in the background. That's also a facet that I think we have to be looking at.
One of the major things that the Board of Peace is looking at is how to deal with Hamas moving forward. Let's get to the second part of Ryan's question. Speaking of Hamas, speaking of Iranian proxies, the second part of the question, could we see U.S. military action against the Houthis, Hezbollah, or Iranian military directly? So we've seen the U.S. military go after the Iranians. Alone, let's just kind of set the table here. There's been negotiations happening in Geneva. It was reported that the U.S. wanted the nuclear de-escalation topic to be on the table. The U.S. also wanted the ramping down of the Iranian proxies as well as their ballistic missile capabilities on the table as well. The reports that were coming out of these meetings seemed to indicate that the Iranians, they wanted to just focus on the nuclear piece of things. They didn't want to focus on the proxy piece of things. So is there a world in which the U.S. might see that it makes sense to carry out military action against the Houthis or Hezbollah? By the way, they already have carried out actions against the Houthis in the past alone.
They certainly have. It was actually under President Biden that there was an international coalition that was led against the Houthis, and then it was President Trump that signed a deal with the Houthis. sort of behind Israel's back. Israel didn't really know about it, that the deal was exclusive for the United States. It said that the Houthis would stop attacking U.S. interests. They still were attacking Israel, and in turn, the United States would stop attacking them. At this point, I would be surprised if the United States would engage the Houthis or Hezbollah unless they force themselves into the conflict. At this point, the United States really wants to keep this as simple as possible. We know, again, Trump has a lot of things that are unpredictable about him, but something that's consistent. He doesn't like long wars. He doesn't like getting stuck in the muddy fields of endless wars. And so he really wants things to be done as quick as possible. So I cannot see a situation where the United States would actively engage and sort of bring into the circle Hezbollah and the Houthis unless those proxies themselves launch attacks first. Up until now, Hezbollah has stayed silent. They issued condemnations. They said that they're very much against this. This is a violation of international law, and et cetera, but they have not done anything. And Hezbollah still has a good arsenal of missiles and rockets. They still have soldiers. The reason that they haven't done anything is because they're embroiled in Lebanese politics, and they are really fearful that if they pull Lebanon into another engagement, their support in the Lebanese parliament is going to cascade, and that will be damaging long term. The Houthis, in turn, have announced that they are going to resume their attacks in the Red Sea. They didn't say against who. They said they're going to resume their attacks in the Red Sea, and they're going to retaliate to the attacks in Iran. Until now, they haven't. Once again, there were a couple reports of drones that were intercepted in the southern parts of Israel, in the town of Eilat. That typically was sent by the Houthis, so it is possible that those were Houthi drones. But until now, we haven't seen that. Unless the Houthis do something that pull the United States to retaliate, I don't think the United States would actually do anything that would encourage, so to speak, the Houthis to get involved, because they just don't, the United States doesn't want to expand the cycle of violence at this point. They sort of want to limit it. And I'd say the same thing vis-a-vis Hezbollah. With regards to the Iranian leadership, the United States, I think, is really, really hoping that there start to be sort of dissent on the ground. I don't think anyone hopes that the chief of staff has been assassinated, but the deputy chief of staff is going to come and say, you know what, we surrender. But I think that they are hoping that it's going to be harder to encourage Iran's Navy, for example, to go to the Straits of Hormuz and engage the United States. And the United States is proving it is willing to engage the Iranian military. The United States does not want a full-on war to launching everything. They want this display of force and then to encourage dissent from within Iran. This is all ultimately going to come down to dissent within Iran. Ultimately, no matter how many assassinations are carried out, even if those entire the council of three leaders that now is going to be appointed to run Iran, even if they are all assassinated also, the regime can survive so long as there is no rebellion from within. If the people take to the streets again, and especially the security forces either do not manage to repress them or refuse to repress them, that is going to be what makes or breaks the regime. And that's what the United States is hoping and ends up happening. I think we're probably going to see more and more targets being attacked until that may happen. Meanwhile, Iran is only going to hope. They're not trying to stop the American military. They haven't, or obviously they're trying to intercept them, but throughout the entire day, all we heard was that 3 Israeli drones were downed. The Iranian military is not managing to engage the Israeli or the United States military. Their only hope is to inflict enough collateral damage on Israel, on the United States bases, or on the world's economy through the Straits of Hormuz to create pressure on those countries to stop the attacks while the regime just tries to survive. It's all going to be about how long can the regime hold out and not have an internal rebellion.
So one question that we're getting, by the way, let's show this. You and I were talking about those unconfirmed reports about the Burj Khalifa earlier in the hour. This doesn't have exactly to do with the same building, but Reuters has this saying the Dubai airport and the iconic Burj Al Arab Hotel was damaged in an Iranian missile strike. We'll continue to work the news wires. We'll see if we do see anything out there about the Burj Khalifa, but I wanted to make sure we brought this on air. Speaking of Dubai, Justin has this question. Justin's in Nebraska. Says, why is Dubai in the mix? I think a lot of people are seeing these reports alone about missiles either hitting or falling into a number of Arab states. And they're asking, what do any of these states have to do with the current conflict? Justin's asking, why is Dubai in the mix? Why are any of these places in the mix?
So there's two answers to this. One has to do with regional rivalry, and the other has to do with the geopolitical positions of the United States within the Middle East. I'll start with the second one because that's simpler. Within the Middle East, the United States has developed, since basically the late 80s, early 1990s, the United States has developed relatively strong alliances with a lot of the Arab countries, what's called the quote-unquote moderate Sunni countries. So this includes Saudi Arabia, this includes Oman, this includes Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and these are all along the controversial now, what you call it, the Persian Gulf or the Arab Gulf. These are all along the Gulf that goes into Iran itself. And then there's been other countries like Jordan that have been friendly to the United States but have not wanted to engage and allow the United States forces to really take up a lot of arms in the area, as opposed to these other countries that are small. And they were very happy to say, yes, we are very welcome to have a United States military presence in our country if you offer us protection also. Countries like United Arab Emirates do not have a strong military. Countries like Qatar do not have a strong military, so they were very happy to invite the United States. The second part relates to the rivalry. These countries are staunch rivals of Iran for many different reasons. One is ideological. Iran is Shiite, most of them are Sunni, or they have Sunni leadership. So this unto itself already makes them rivals when it comes to the Islamic world. Who is going to be the more prominent figures in the Islamic world, the Iranian Shiites or the Sunni axis? That's one element of the rivalry. Another element is purely economic. Iran, Iraq, exporters of oil, exporters of natural resources. These other countries, also exporters of oil, gas, natural resources. Then we also had geopolitical alliances, Russia, or before that Soviet Union, then Russia and China versus the United States, who's allied with who. So we had all these rivalries that were coming up in the Arab and Muslim world between Iran and Saudi Arabia, Iran and Bahrain, Iran and the United Arab Emirates. The rivalries were there. And then as the United States came and asked to have military bases and house the 6th Fleet and the 5th Fleet within Bahrain or Qatar, those countries said, we welcome the United States to house its military here if it offers us protection. As a result, now fast forwarding 20, 30 years later, 2026, Iran views those countries as forward commands of the United States. They view them as sellouts. They view them as countries that instead of, standing up against U.S. and quote-unquote Western influence in the Middle East, they are countries that have invited U.S. troops to take up residence in the Middle East. They have invited, U.S. oil companies to come and develop oil fields within the Middle East or natural gas fields in the Middle East. All of this has put them into the target sites of Iran. And then also the fact that there's just U.S. troops there, Iran's just trying to target them. So both because there is anger and rivalry, but also just real politics. There's U.S. troops there, Iran's trying to hit them.
Alone, it's been a marathon. We have a lot of questions about where this goes from here. Perhaps everybody's chief question tonight is, will the U.S. carry out more strikes? President Trump's statement seems to pretty much allude to the fact that they are at least thinking about it. He says that the plan is for them to do reoccurring strikes throughout the week if their demands are basically not met. What are you watching for in the immediate term? Hopefully you're going to be going to bed soon. When you wake up tomorrow morning, what are the first things you're going to be watching for?
So the first things that I'm going to look at before I go to sleep, when I'm up with my kids, and then when I wake up in the morning, is going to be what are the statements that are coming out from that newly established council within Iran. Again, I'll just repeat, if anyone's joining now, Iran has announced that the role of the supreme leader, his responsibilities, now that he has been assassinated, are going to be taken up by a council of 3 members. They're going to include the Iranian president, the head of the judiciary, and also a member of the Constitutional Council or the Guardian Council, depends how it's translated. And they're going to assume all the roles of leadership. What they do, they're now going to signal the trajectory of where we're going. And really at this point it's up to them. If they signal, we would like to find an avenue to de-escalate, they could do that. At this point, it is a moment where they could technically deviate from what the Supreme Leader said. Supreme Leader said we're not having any compromises on nuclear on the nuclear program. We're willing to have forestalling of it, but we're not having any compromises. This new council could say something like, we of course are willing to talk about anything, but first the strikes have to stop. Now that will be a ploy to try to get the United States to stop and then maybe to stall while talks happen. But if they go that route, that to me is signaling they would like to commit to a diplomatic resolution rather than waiting to try to like starve out the interests of Israel and the United States while just trying to survive. In turn, if they come up and continue to say, we are now going to, the Israel and the United States are going to feel our full wrath, and we are preparing a big retaliation, then I will assume that we're heading into a larger trajectory of ongoing airstrikes and ongoing military action. I'll just give you an example. Earlier today, while there were other figures within Iran that were talking about the, incoming escalation that Iran is going to send back towards Israel and towards the United States, the foreign minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, said, we obviously are going to defend ourselves. However, if the United States would like to talk, they know how to reach me. That's a signal. That's a way to try to come and say, yes, we are now at war, and yes, we are now coming after each other. But if you want to come back to talks, we are willing to do that. So really, when we're looking at this sort of a unique moment, we have all of a sudden new leadership. It is, quote unquote, liberated from the shackles of what the Supreme Leader previously had said. And now we have to see, are they going to continue to do the same trajectory? We'll probably see more escalations. Or are they going to signal we are willing to go to more accommodationist route? Chances are Trump would like to pursue that if they do that. So then we may see sort of a de-escalation and maybe more talks, maybe just a final deal.
Linda was here
that obviously
earlier.
We'll see.
Alone being generous with his time tonight, how can people track your coverage and your teachings?
I'm not taking a nap, Ginger. I haven't.
Look me up, the Israel-Palestine Report. You can find me on YouTube. Go to my website. We are always talking about what is happening in the Middle East, what is happening specifically in Israel-Palestine, but also anything to do with these escalations. Lots of reports, lots of interviews, and obviously lots of me and Austin as well.
A ton of it. Alone, we'll see you soon. He's the host of the Israel-Palestine Report.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night. All right, just past 11 p.m. in the nation's capital, we have our usual live vantage point of the White House. A couple live looks in the Middle East as well, where the sun is now up in Tel Aviv. Let's hit our first break of the hour. We've got a lot more to discuss tonight. We're going
So did somebody need something of me? You guys can hear me, right? Okay, thank you.
I'm hearing that it's possible that we may see ballistic missiles or drones arriving to Israel shortly here. These are unconfirmed reports, but I say that on air just to say that this is something that's worth watching in the immediate term. Iran, their IRGC, did say that they are going to be carrying out a large-scale attack any moment, and it's very possible that we do see a barrage of missiles over the skies of cities like Tel Aviv or Jerusalem in the short term here. Also, a live look at northern Israel. This is the area not too far away from the Lebanese border. Back when we were talking about the back and forth between the IDF and Hezbollah, this was the exact region that we were focused on. So if anything happens in the skies above Tel Aviv, above Jerusalem, or above northern Israel, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to keep these vantage points in boxes on your screen. I'm going to play out the American remarks at the emergency UN Security Council meeting that happened earlier today. While we listen to the UN, I'm going to keep a live look of Tel Aviv in one box, and I'm going to keep another live look of northern Israel. Perhaps we'll work Jerusalem into one of these boxes as well. But what I want to do for now is I want to take the UN Security Council. If we see any movement in the skies above Israel, we will break out of the Security Council and we will cover that live as it happens. Let's listen in to Mike Waltz earlier today in New York.
Distinguished delegates, this is a moment in history that requires moral clarity, and President Trump has met the moment. The most fundamental duty of any sovereign government is the protection of its people. Operation Epic Fury is directed towards specific and strategic objectives: to dismantle missile capabilities that threaten allies, to degrade naval assets used to destabilize international waters, and to disrupt the machinery that arms proxy militias, and to ensure the Iranian regime never, ever can threaten the world with a nuclear weapon. As President Trump said last night, for decades, the Iranian regime has willfully destabilized the world. It has killed American forces and citizens, threatened regional allies, and jeopardized the security of international shipping upon which the world depends. Its massive support for violent proxies, declared terrorist organizations, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, has brought bloodshed and disorder across the Middle East for far too long. This is not speculation. We know this to be true, and our men and women have paid for the actions of this regime and the IRGC with their lives. No responsible nation can ignore persistent aggression and violence. The regime in Tehran has led attacks that have cost American lives. Hundreds of U.S. Marines in Lebanon, thousands of troops in Iraq. American hostage after hostage has suffered. Our ships fired upon dozens of times in the Red Sea. Iran has armed and financed militant organizations that undermine lawful governments and destabilize an already fragile region. Iran's continued pursuit of advanced missile capabilities, coupled with its refusal to abandon nuclear ambitions despite diplomatic opportunities, presents a grave and mounting danger. The international community has long affirmed a simple and necessary principle: Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That principle is not a matter of politics, it's a matter of global security. And to that end, the United States is taking lawful actions. This body, the United States Security Council, has acted repeatedly on this threat. 20 years ago, starting in 2006, Resolution 1696 demanded that Iran suspend all
Alarm.
uranium
Hold
enrichment
on.
related
Mikveh Israel or Yehuda. Yehud Monoson. Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa. Tel Aviv East. Savion, Ramat Gan East. Elad, Kiryat Ono, Tel Aviv Center, Givatayim, Ramat Gan West, Bnei Brak, Givat Shmuel, Rosh Ha'ayin, Tel Aviv, Yarkon Banks, Petach Tikva, Kfar Kasem, Ramat HaSharon, Hod HaSharon, Nes Tziona, Ramla, Be'er Yaakov, Rishon LeZion East, Lod, Rishon LeZion West, Shoham, Bat Yam, Rehovot, Ariel, Yakir, Nofim, Ramot HaShavim, Kfar Malal, Herzliya Center and Galil Yam, Givat Chen, Kfar Sava, Neve Yamin, Alfei Menashe, Karnei Shomron, Ma'ale Levona, Nofei Nehemiah, Rechelim, Kfar Tapuach, Immanuel, Givat Harel and Givat Haroeh, Yad Rambam, Yavne, Kfar Hanagid, Modi'in Maccabim Reut, Na'an, Sitria, Azariah, Shiloh, Eli, Achia, Adei Ad, Shavut Rachel, Gibeton, Bet Hashmonai, Kfar Rut, Dolev, Talmon, Harasha, Amichai, Benaya, Bet Elazari, Ben Zakai, Bet Gamliel, Gealia, Ma'on Sofia, Ganei Yochanan, Kiryat Ekron, Givat Brenner, Yatzitz, Gan Shelomo, Kfar Bilu, Ramot Meir, Bet Uziel, Gezer, Ganei Hadar, Kfar Shmuel, Modi'in, Yishpro Center, Herzliya West, Ashdod Northern Industrial Zone, Ra'anana, Kfar Shemaryahu, Migdalim, Kida, Bet El, Ofra, צופית, גן חיים.
In the path of these missiles, they're getting what they call those red alerts on their phone. And surely, in some of these towns, sirens are blaring. Turning the audio up on that for a moment, just in case we could hear anything. Doesn't appear we can. Go to this Tel Aviv shot. Let's see if we can hear anything on this one. Okay, so we pulled up the audio. It sounds like nothing coming through there. So I'm focusing back on this vantage point of Iraq. And again, I'm going to be bouncing around from shot to shot here. I'll do my best to let you know as the feeds switch. I'll try and identify what region we're looking at. This is Iraq right now, northern Iraq. This is the skies above Tel Aviv. This is the skyline in northern Israel. Finally, the skyline of Jerusalem. I saw a little bit of missile activity in the skies above Iraq moments ago. Have not seen anything in any of the Israeli territories. The Israeli Defense Forces, they're requesting that the public exercise responsibility and act in accordance with the emergency directives that are being given. They say that this will save people's lives as long as they adhere to the directives. And again, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, northern Israel. I'm keeping an eye on all three of these because the IDF says that missiles have been launched from Iran toward Israel, and they expect that they could arrive shortly. The IDF identified, and I'm just going to read this from the Israeli Air Force verbatim. The IDF identified a short time ago missiles were launched from Iran toward the territory of the State of Israel. Defense systems are operating to intercept the threat. In recent minutes, the Home Front Command issued a preliminary directive directly to mobile phones in the relevant areas. The public is requested to exercise responsibility and act in accordance with the directives. They save lives. One must enter protected spaces upon receiving the alert and remain in them until a new announcement. Exit from the protected space will be permitted only after receiving an explicit directive. One must continue to act in accordance with the Home Front Command directives. They're looking at northern Israel right now. This is Jerusalem. And this camera, the person operating this camera recently panned it upward toward the sky, no doubt in anticipation of a possible arrival of Iranian drones, Iranian missiles, I should correct myself, into the territory. That's what the Israeli Air Force is saying, is that a short time ago they detected missiles from Iran heading toward Israel. As I was getting off the line with Alon a moment ago, he said that he told me offline that there were rumors of the potential of missiles arriving to the Jerusalem area, or I should really be saying the skies above. Most of these do get intercepted, although there was at least one impact in Tel Aviv in the last day. Trey Ying's on the ground reporting from it. While we're keeping an eye on the skies, it doesn't appear that anything's happening right now. So while we're talking about Trey, let's play out some of his reporting. He's been on the ground and he responded to some of the scenes where at least one missile or drone did make contact with a building in Tel Aviv earlier this evening. Let's play a little bit of Trey's reporting. He's got a couple of quick videos he posted. Let's play these right now.
So we just got to the site of one of the impacts in Tel Aviv, and right as we got here, more sirens went off with incoming ballistic missile fire. People just took shelter. This is not even the building that was hit. This is just a building a few blocks away. And first responders are now headed back to the scene. You can see them here. They have medical equipment and search gear so that they can go back to the initial site that was actually directly hit a couple of blocks from here. You can see here the site of a direct impact in Tel Aviv. First responders are currently digging through the debris of the building behind me. They just pulled 2 civilians out. There were a number of injuries at this location, but the ongoing ballistic missile fire is making it incredibly difficult for these first responders to look for survivors, because every time the siren goes off, they have to rush into a nearby shelter and get underground. But you see here the massive amount of destruction to this building, a residential block. And they are bringing dogs in. There are still firefighters on the scene putting out the blaze inside the building. And they're using megaphones to call out to see if there are any survivors still trapped under the debris. This is the most significant impact since the war erupted early this morning with the Israeli strikes and American strikes against Iran, where we can confirm Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was killed along with 40 top leaders from the Islamic regime.
Trey Yingst with that reporting. Trey is taking a well-deserved break. Last time I checked, he was on social media saying he's getting a little bit of rest after a full day's worth of reporting on this conflict. One amendment to make. We heard that the quick little flash of something in the sky we saw, that was coming from a feed that was, in fact, looking at the skies above Tel Aviv. Our understanding before was that that had been a camera that was planted somewhere in Iraq. Now getting clarification that that was a camera that was looking at the skies above Tel Aviv. So we did see at least one missile or drone that appeared to be above Tel Aviv airspace. I haven't seen much more since then. Got two different vantage points of the sky above Tel Aviv. This is one of them. The sun is rising. The time in Israel is approaching 6:30 in the morning. Here's our second vantage point of the sky above Tel Aviv. This is a wider look at the Jerusalem skyline. Haven't seen anything on this camera, and I have not seen anything on the camera in northern Israel either. For those that might just be tuning in, the reason why we're checking all these feeds is because the IDF just posted that missiles have been launched toward Israel, and those red alerts have been sent to the mobile phones of people living in these areas. I've been pulling up the audio on these feeds intermittently just to see if we can hear the sirens blaring. Obviously, the emergency sirens will blare when an imminent missile barrage is expected. This is what the Israeli Air Force posted, by the way. The IDF identified that a short time ago, missiles were launched from Iran toward the territory of the State of Israel. Defense systems are operating to intercept the threat. In recent minutes, the Home Front Command issued a preliminary directive directly to mobile phones in the relevant areas. The public is requested to exercise responsibility and act in accordance with the directives. They save lives. One must enter protected spaces upon receiving the alert and remain in them until a new announcement. Exit from the protected space will be permitted only after receiving an explicit directive. One must continue to act in accordance with the Home Front Command's directives. This is something that Israeli residents are all too familiar with. These missile sirens, these emergency alerts, and the idea of going to their safe shelters during times of emergency. What I want to do is play the latest recap from Fox News. This is Greg Palcott, who's been tracking everything that we've been tracking all day. He sums it up here.
Following a major joint attack by the U.S. and Israel, President Donald Trump says Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead. In a social media post, he called the leader, quote, one of the most evil people in history. In an announcement early Saturday, he had a message for the Iranian people.
The hour of your freedom is at hand. Take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
More than 40 other senior Iranian security and regime figures were said to have been killed. The U.S. and Israel took the unusual decision to strike during daytime to achieve the element of surprise. Officials say they knew the Ayatollah and his top officials were in a specific location, then took out his compound. International security experts are skeptical whether a positive government change will be the outcome.
They are very likely to experience a lot of devastation and destruction, but it's not clear that this is actually going to be the step that leads to regime change in Iran.
The Ayatollah's death marks the second opportunity for a supreme leader change since 1989. But with no clear successor, the Islamic Republic now faces the crisis of a void in its top authority. Meanwhile, human rights advocates are warning that the fallout of the operation could lead to a regional, wider war.
It is civilians who end up paying the ultimate price.
Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar faced missiles and drones as Iran responded with retaliatory strikes targeting U.S. military installations. In Israel, sirens blared throughout the day, a warning to residents to run for shelter. Those strikes could also rattle global markets. Economic experts warn the conflict could drive up oil prices.
Let's take a quick commercial break.
Alarm! Rehovot, Holon, Mikveh Yisrael, Or Yehuda, Yehud Monoson, Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa, Tel Aviv East, Savyon, Ramat Gan East, Elad, Kiryat Ono, Tel Aviv Center, Givatayim, Ramat Gan West, Bnei Brak, Givat Shmuel, Rosh Ha'ayin, Petach Tikva, Kfar Kasem, Ariel, Modi'in Maccabim Riut, Nes Tziona, Ramla, Be'er Yaakov, Rishon LeZion East, Lod, Rishon LeZion West, Shoham, Bat Yam, Gezer, Ganei Hadar, Na'an, Sitria, Tel Aviv, Yarkon Banks, Southern Sharon Regional Center, Gibbeton, Palmachim, Morasha Cemetery, Ramot Meir, Bet Uziel, Ramat HaSharon, Hod HaSharon, Adanim, Neve Yarak, Chagor, Chorashim, Kfar Bara, Yarkona, Nirit, Ganei Am, Elishama, Jaljulia, Yarchiv, Chavat Yair, Tig Lilot Compound, Mishmar Ayalon, Sha'alvim, Ofra, Yavne, Gealia, Kfar Hanagid, Herzliya Center and Galil Yam, Herzliya West, Kfar Sava, Karnei Shomron, Kfar Shmaryahu, Ra'anana, Tira, Taibe, Kadima, Tzoran, Kalansua, Netanya East, Netanya West, Mevo Choron, Pedaya, Kfar Bin Nun, Givat Renner, Yatzitz, Petachia, Givat Ze'ev, Gan Shlomo, Kfar Bilu, Bet Choron, Tel Tzion, Kochav Yaakov, Gilgal, Tomer, Shiloh, Petzael, Eli, Achia, Ma'ale Ephraim, Migdalim, Rechelim, Gitit, Kfar Tapuach, Immanuel, Yitzhar, Itamar, Har Baracha, Kedumim, Adei Ad, Kida, Shavut Rachel, Sagot, Kochav HaShachar, Chavat Gilad, Givat Asaf, Amichai, Jerusalem, Kafer Akab, Givon HaChadasha, Mini Israel Nachshon, Migron, Netiv Hagdud, Yafit, Rimonim, Yetav, Na'aran, Evan Sapir, Ramat Raziel, Tzova, Ein Kerem Boarding School, Bet Zait, Givat Yarim, En Rafa, Shoresh, Shoeva, En Nakuba, Nevaseret Zion, Motza Elit, Neve Ilan, Yad Hashmona, Kiryat Yarim, Abu Gosh, Bet Nekofa, Kiryat Anavim, Ma'ale HaChamisha, Jerusalem North, Har Adar, Nataf, Jerusalem, Atarot Industrial Zone, Geva Binyamin, Sha'ar Binyamin Industrial Zone, Mechora, Ma'ale Michmas, Jerusalem West, Kiryat Yarim Youth Village, Masu'ah, Mevaot Jericho, Na'ama, Nofei Perat, Kfar Adumim, Mitzpeh Yericho, Almon, Alon, Bar-On Industrial Zone, Shavei Shomron, Argaman,
Now, I'm Austin Westfall. I'm continuing to track the skies above Tel Aviv as we anticipate that Iranian missiles or drones are imminent. It's possible that the barrage has already been launched, but our cameras are still
Hamra, Bekaot, Roi,
we're going to
Hamdat.
keep a live look at these vantage points as we bring in our next guest. Shorey Merfenderowski is a leader with the Organization of Iranian American Communities, the OIAC. Thanks for coming on. I wanted to bring your perspective in today because we've got a largely American audience, and we've been talking a lot about the American perspective and the West's perspective for all these things. I know you've been tracking everything as closely as we all have today. If there was one thing you wanted to let our audience know about the Iranian public and the way Iranians in general view today's events, what would you say?
Well, thanks for having me on. I would say that what brought us to this point, it's a very critical time in the history of Iran, is the ambition that the regime of Iran had for having nuclear
Alarm.
bomb.
Wadi
And
al-Na'am
also the
South,
appeasement
Abu
of the
Tlul,
Western world,
Segev Shalom,
basically
Al-Fora,
thinking that they could change
Be'er
the
Sheva
behavior of
East,
this regime,
Nevatim,
with
Seife,
negotiation and with
Tel
appeasement.
Sheva, סאווה,
And I just
חצרים,
want the
באר שבע
American
ווסט,
friends to know
אום
that
בטין,
the National Council
עומר,
of Resistance,
מרעית, לקיה,
is a
חורה,
coalition
תפרח,
of
אשל
different
הנשיא,
groups and
מיתר,
individuals,
כרמית,
450 of
כרמים,
them,
תראבין,
that was founded in
גבעות בר,
1981.
הר עמסה, להבים, שני לבנה,
It was the
סן סנה,
organization
בית
that
יתיר,
for the first time
עידן
revealed
הנגב
the,
אינדסטריאל זון, להב,
nuclear
טנא
sites of
עומרים,
Iran in Congress.
מיתרים אינדסטריאל זון,
And
אשכולות,
the
שמעה,
leader
באר
of
שבע
this
נורת,
organization
באר שבע סאוף, דודאים סייט,
back then,
עשאל,
they said, well, now
על
that you
סייד,
know the Iranian people
תל ערד,
was hiding what
אופקים,
from the whole
גילת,
world.
משמר
Why is it
הנגב,
pursuing?
מרחבים
There is no
Educational
need for
Campus,
war,
פדויים,
and there is
רהט,
no need for a peace
צאלים, אורים,
Don't
מסלול,
negotiate with this
רנן, בתך, ערערה
Instead,
בנגב,
just recognize
פטיש,
the
בראש, תאשור,
resistance.
תדהר, שובל,
The
דביר,
Iranian people can
סוסיא,
take out this regime.
מעון,
They don't want
שומריה,
anything but
בית
regime
קמה,
change.
עתניאל,
It was very
ערד,
obvious in the
מסדה,
slogans,
כרמל,
even in the
כפר
most
הנוקדים,
recent uprising.
עין גדי,
They will not
בס,
settle on
עין
anything
גדי,
but
מעלה
this
חבר,
will and
נטע,
replace it.
ניגוהות, בית חגי, חברון Jewish Settlement,
They didn't listen.
אדוריים,
They really thought that they could
שקף, מגלים, גבעולים, מלילות, שיבולים, שרשרת, נועם Industrial Zone, תלמי בילו, פעמי תשז, יושיביה, מבועים, אשבול, כלכים, שדה צבי, זרוע, ניר עקיבא, שבי דרום, ניר משה, רוחמה, בני דקלים, אליאב, בית הגדי, דורות, כרמי קטיף, אבו קרינת. מקווה ישראל, אור יהודה, יהוד מונוסון, תל אביב, Southern City and Jaffa, תל אביב East, סביון, רמת גן East, אלעד, קריית אונו, תל אביב Center, גבעתיים, רמת גן West, בני ברק, גבעת שמואל, ראש העין, תל אביב ירקון בנקס, פתח תקווה, כפר קאסם, אריאל, שוהם, חולון, באר יעקב, גן סורק, ראשון לציון איסט, ניר צבי, לוד, פלמחים אינדסטריאל פארק, ראשון לציון ווסט, צריפין אינדסטריז, גינטון, בן שמן יות' ויליג', אחייזר, זיתן, חדיד, בית נחמיה, בית דגן, בת ים, גבולות, נטעים, נילי, נעלה, רמת השרון, הוד השרון, עדנים, נווה ירק, חגור, חורשים, כפר ברה, ירקונה, נירית, גני עם, אלישמע, ג'לג'וליה, ירחיב, חוות יאיר, פי גלילות קמפאונד, בית חנן, בן שמן, הרצליה, סנטר וגליל ים, מתן, יקיר, נופים, הרצליה ווסט, גבעת חן, רמות השבים, שדה חמד, כפר סבא, כפר מלל, נווה ימין, אלפי מנשה, קרני שומרון, כפר שמריהו, רעננה, צופית, רשפון, גן חיים, שדה וורבורג, בית ברל, ניר אליהו, צופים, בצרה, אייל, רמת הכובש, ארסוף, שפיים, בני ציון, כוכב יאיר, צור יגאל, נופי נחמיה, רחלים, כפר תפוח, עמנואל, שילה, עלי, מגדלים, יצהר, הר ברכה, טירה, קדומים, חרוצים, משמרת, צור יצחק, צור נתן, שבות רחל, חוות גלעד, יבנה, חירות, סלעית, גאליה, כפר הנגיד, געש, מודיעין, ליגד סנטר, עיינות, בית עובד, אירוס, חשמונאים, פלמחים, מתתיהו, רחובות, נס ציונה, רמלה, אשדוד, 11, 12, 15, 17, Marine City. אשדוד, ח', ט', י', י' ג', י' ד', ט' ז'. אשדוד, ג', ו', ז'. אשדוד, א', ב', ד', ה'. גדרה, טייבה. גן יבנה. נתניה ווסט. מודיעין מכבים רעות. Jerusalem Center. בית שמש. Jerusalem East. אחיה, קדימה, צורן. פורת, קלנסווה. נתניה East. עדי עד, קידה, עמיחי. איתמר. מצד, פני קדם. מעלה עמוס, עופרה. קריית ארבע, גיתית, נווה אילן, יד השמונה, קריית יערים, קריית ענבים, מעלה החמישה, Jerusalem North, הר אדר, נטף, Jerusalem, עטרות Industrial Zone, גבע בנימין, שער בנימין Industrial Zone, מעלה מחמס, רימונים, כוכב השחר, קריית יערים Youth Village. אבנת, מבוא ביתר, הר גילו, Jerusalem South, קידר, אבן ספיר, קליה, רמת רזיאל, מעלה אדומים, צובה, עין כרם בורדינג סקול, בית זית, גבעת יערים, עין רפה, מישור אדומים אינדסטריאל זון, שורש, שואבה, עין נקובה, מבשרת ציון, מוצא עילית, אלמוג, אבו גוש, בית נקופה, בית הערבה, נופי פירת, כפר אדומים, מצפה יריחו, אלמון, ורד יריחו, אלון, מגילות ריג'נל סנטר, מבואות ג'ריקו, Jerusalem West, קליה ביץ', ביתר עילית, מטה, צור הדסה, נעמה, ואדי אל-נעם South, באר שבע East, הצירים, באר שבע West, עומר, לקיה, אופקים, מסלול, מרחבים Educational Campus, גילת, פדויים, תפרח, אשל הנשיא, ביתך, תרבין, גבעות בר, משמר הנגב, באר שבע North, באר שבע South, דודאים סייט, פצאל, מעלה אפרים, מסועה, מחורה, חמרה, רנן, ערערה בנגב, אבו תלול, שגב שלום, אלפורה, נבטים, כסייפה, תל שבע, סאווה, אום-בטין, מרעית, חורה, מיתר, כרמית, כרמים, אל-סייד, תל ערד, נתיב הגדוד, גילגל, תומר, יפית, ייטב, נערן, אפרת, תקוע, נוקדים, כפר אלדד, אלעזר, ראש צורים, גבעות, נווה דניאל, שדה בר, מעלה רחבם, אורים, פטיש, להבים, צאלים, בראש, תאשור, רהט, סנסנה, עידן הנגב אינדסטריאל זון, שדה ניצן, תלמי אליהו, מבטחים, עמיעוז, ישע, צוחר, אוהד, עין הבשור, מגן, ניר עוז, נירים, עין השלושה, רעים, תדהר, מגלים, גבעולים, מלילות, שיבולים, שרשרת, אבשלום, דקל, יתד, תלמי יוסף, שדה אברהם, פרי גן, כרם שלום, חולית, סופה, ניר יצחק, כיסופים, בארי, שוקדה, הר עמסה, שני לבנה, בית יתיר, להב, תנה עומרים, מיתרים אינדסטריאל זון, אשכולות, שמעה, סוסיה, מעון, שומריה, כרמל, עתניאל, עשאל, ארגמן, אילון מורה, ברעון אינדסטריאל זון, דביר, בני נצרים, נווה, שלומית, יבול, גבולות. Alarm. Wadi al-Na'am South. Abu Tlul. Segev Shalom. Be'er Sheva East. Nevatim. Kseife. Tel Sheva. Sawa. Hatzerim. Be'er Sheva West. Betin. Omer. Marit. Lakia. Chura. Eshel Hanasi. Meitar. Karmit. Kramim. Tarabin. Givot Bar. Har Amasa. Lehavim. Shani Livne. San Sana. Bet Yatir. Lahav. Tene Omarim. Meitarim Industrial Zone. Eshkolot. Shim'a. Be'er Sheva North. Be'er Sheva South. Dudaim Site. Asael. Al-Said. Tel Arad. Se'elim. Ofakim. Tifrach. Idan Hanegev Industrial Zone. Abu Krinat. Susya. Al-Fora. Ma'on. Ar-Ara Banegev. Maslul. Merchavim Educational Campus. Gilat. Peduim. Renan. Bitcha. Mishmar HaNegev. Barosh. Teashur. Rahat. Tidhar. Magalim. Givolim. Mililot. Shibolim. Sharsheret. Noam Industrial Zone. Shoval. Devir. Talmei Bilu. Pa'amei Tashaz. Shomria. Yoshivia. Mabuim. Eshbol. Kelachim. Bet Kama. Otniel. Sedet Tzevi. Neta. Nigohot. Bet Chagai. Bnei Dekalim. Shekef. Bet Tagdi. Adoraim. Urim. Patish. Arad. Carmel. Ma'ale Chever. Kfar Hanokdim. Masada. Ein Gedi Beth. Rehovot. Holon. Mikveh Yisrael. Or Yehuda. Yehud Monoson. Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa. Tel Aviv East. Savion. Ramat Gan East. Elad. Kiryat Ono. Tel Aviv Center. Givatayim. Ramat Gan West. Bnei Brak. Givat Shmuel. Rosh Ha'ayin. Tel Aviv Yarkon Banks. Petach Tikva. Kfar Kasem. Modi'in Maccabim Reut. Nest Ziona. Ramla. Be'er Yaakov. Rishon LeZion East. Lod. Rishon LeZion West. Shoham. Bat Yam. Yavne. Gealia. Kfar Bilu. Ramot Meir. Bet Uziel. Dolev. En Gedi. Mitzpeh Shalem. Matzukei Diragot. Revava. Ma'ale Chever. Kiryat Arba. Meitzad. Pnei Kedem. Ma'ale Amos. Karmei Tzur. Hebron Jewish Settlement. Migdal Oz Industrial Park. En Bokek. Ma'ale Levona. Givat Brenner. Harel. Yesodot. Netzer Hazani. Mishmar David. Neve Shalom. Mazkeret Batya. Hulda. Bekoa. Nachshon. Benaya. Bet Elazari. Latrun. Nataf. Karmei Yosef. Mevo Choron. Ben Zakai. Bet Gamliel. Ganei Yochanan. Kiryat Ekron. Pedaya. Kfar Bin Nun. Yatzitz. Petachia. Givat Ze'ev. Mishmar Ayalon. Sha'alvim. Bet Choron. Ma'on Sofia. Psagot. Bet El. Givon HaChadasha. Mini Israel Nachshon. Aseret. Kfar Aviv. Shdeima. Kfar Mordechai. Ariel. Ramat HaSharon. Hod HaSharon. Gan Yavne. Ashdod Gimel Vav Zayin. Ashdod Aleph Bet Daled Hey. Gedera. Herzliya Center and Galil Yam. Herzliya West. Kfar Sava. Kfar Shemaryahu. Masua. Alfei Menashe. Karnei Shomron. Mechora. Ra'anana. Tzofit. Rishpon. Gan Chaim. Beit Beryl. Har Baracha. Arsuf. Ashdod 11, 12, 15, 17. Marine City. Ashdod, Chet, Tet, Yud, Yud Gimel, Yud Daled, Tet Zayin. Shitulim, Chatzor, Sede Warburg, Nir Eliyahu, Tzufim, Givat Asaf. Arugot, Emunim, Orot, Kfar Achim, Yinon, Kfar Harif, and Re'em Junction. Sede Uziyahu, Azrikam, Achva, Talmei Yechiel, Ad Halom Industrial Zone, Re'em Industrial Park, Chatzav, Bnei Re'em, Revadim, Retorno Givat Shemesh, Tarum, Eshtaol, Kfar Uriah, Ta'oz, Mesilat Zion, Bet Meir, Batzra, Eyal, Bnei Zion, Ramat HaKovesh, Kiryat Malachi Yoav Train Station, Tirosh, Shfaim, Ga'ash, Charutzim, Mishmeret, Tel Zion, Kochav Yaakov, Migron, Jerusalem, Kafir Akab. Jerusalem, Atarot Industrial Zone. Geva Binyamin. Sha'ar Binyamin Industrial Zone. Ma'ale Michmas. Neve Ilan. Yad Hashmona. Kiryat Ye'arim. Abu Ghosh. Kiryat Anavim. Ma'ale HaChamisha. Har Adar. Kedumim. Elon Moreh. Bar-On Industrial Zone. Shavei Shomron. Chavat Gilad. Kiryat Ye'arim Youth Village. Jerusalem North. Mevaseret Zion. Jerusalem West. Alon. Neve Zohar. Dead Sea Hotels. Dead Sea Hotels Center. Yerucham. Telalim. Mash'abei Sadeh. Bir Hadaj. Revivim. Retamim. Dimona Industrial Zone. Dimona. Kasser El-Ser. En Habesor. Magen. Nir Oz. Nirim. En Hashlosha. Kisufim. Re'im. Netivot. Shokheda. Be'eri. Kfar Maimon and Tushia. Alumim. Zimrat. Shuva. Tekuma. Zerua. Nachal Oz. Saad. Nir Akiva. Shavei Darom. Kfar Aza. Yachini. Nir Moshe. Alarm. Holon. Mikveh Yisrael. Or Yehuda. Yehud Monoson. Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa. Tel Aviv East. Savyon. Ramat Gan East. Elad. Kiryat Ono. Tel Aviv Center. Givatayim. Ramat Gan West. Bnei Brak. Givat Shmuel. Rosh Ha'ayin. Tel Aviv Yarkon Banks. Petach Tikva. Kfar Kasem. Be'er Yaakov. Rishon LeZion East. Lod. Rishon LeZion West. Shoham. Bat Yam. Ma'ale Levona. Alarm. Ateret, Ariel, Nofei Nehemia, Rechelim, Ramat HaSharon, Kfar Tapuach, Hod HaSharon, Adanim, Chagor, Yarkona, Nirit, Ganei Am, Elishama, Jaljulia, Yarchiv, Matan, Yakir, Nofim, Givat Chen, Ramot HaShavim, Sedeh Chemed, Kfar Sava, Kfar Malal, Neve Yamin, Alfei Menashe, Karnei Shomron, Chavat Yair, Pi Glilot Compound, Ramla, Gimzo, Chashmonaim, Mevo Modi'im, Matityahu, Nachliel, Kerem Reim, Herzliya Center and Galil Yam, Nes Tziona, Netzer Sereni, Beit Hanan, Irus, Herzliya West, Ra'anana, Bet Oved, Palmachim, Yashresh, Ayanot, Nesher Industrial Zone, Ramla, Yavne, Rehovot, Gibeton, Matzliach, Yad Rambam, Modi'in, Ligad Center, Immanuel, Kfar Shemaryahu, Tzofit, Gan Chaim, Nir Eliyahu, Beit Beryl, Kfar Hanagid, Eli, Givat Harel and Givat Haroeh, Gealia, Karmei Yosef, Mevo Choron, Ganei Yochanan, Kiryat Ekron, Pedaya, Kfar Bin Nun, Givat Brenner, Yatzitz, Petachia, Gan Shlomo, Kfar Bilu, Ramot Meir, Bet Uziel, Gezer, Mishmar Ayalon, Sha'alvim, Ganei Hadar, Na'an, Sitria, Azariah, Kfar Shmuel, Modi'in, Yishpro Center, Bet Choron, Bet Hashmonai, Modi'in Maccabim Reut, Kfar Rut, Shilat, Lapid, Kfar Ha'oranim, Modi'in Ilit, Dolev, Bet El, Talmon, Charasha, Neriah, Mini Israel Nachshon, Ashdod, 11, 12, 15, 17, Marine City, Ashdod, Gimel, Vav, Zayin, Ashdod, Aleph, Bet, Daled, Hey, Tira, Taibe, Kadima, Tzoran, Kalansua, Netanya, East, Netanya, West, Yitzhar, Har Baracha, Shavei Shomron, Einav, Gedera, Yesodot, Netzer Hazani, Mishmar David, Hulda, Bekoa, Nachshon, Latrun, Ashdod, Chet, Tet, Yud, Yud Gimel, Yud Daled, Tet Zayin, Gan Yavne, Holon, Mikveh Yisrael, Or Yehuda, Yehud Monoson, Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa, Tel Aviv East, Savion, Ramat Gan East, Elad, Kiryat Ono, Tel Aviv Center, Givatayim, Ramat Gan West, Bnei Brak, Givat Shmuel, Rosh Ha'ayin, Tel Aviv Yarkon Banks, Petach Tikva, Kfar Kasem, Be'er Yaakov, Rishon LeZion East, Lod, Rishon LeZion West, Shoham, Bat Yam, Itamar, Elon Moreh, Shiloh, Petzael, Ma'ale Levona, Achia, Yafit, Ma'ale Ephraim, Migdalim, Gitit, Masua, Mechora, Argaman, Chamra, Adead, Kida, Shavut Rachel, Amichai, Bet Shemesh.
Sigonella with the test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is Sigonella with the test count out.
Alarm. Or Yehuda. Yehud Monoson. Savion. Ramat Gan East. Elad. Kiryat Ono. Givatayim. Ramat Gan West. Bnei Brak. Givat Shmuel. Rosh Ha'ayin. Tel Aviv Yarkon Banks. Petach Tikva. כפר קאסם, אריאל, רמת השרון, הוד השרון, הרצליה, סנטר וגליל ים, כפר סבא, קרני שומרון, רעננה, טירה, תל אביב איסט. Alarm! Beitar Elite, Jerusalem Center, Bet Shemesh, Jerusalem South, Ma'ale Adumim, Mevaseret Zion, Jerusalem East, Abu Ghosh, Jerusalem North, Jerusalem West, Rosh Tzurim, Barosh Industrial Zone, Retorno Givat Shemesh, Kfar Uriah, Tzilafon, Gizo, Harel, Nachshon, Latrun, Mini Israel Nachshon. Efrat, Yetav. מנוחה, בית ניר, זבדיאל, נחלה, ניר בנים, סגולה, ורדון, זרחיה, מרכז שפירא, עין צורים, שפיר, אביגדור, קדמה, כפר ורבורג, תימורים, באר טוביה אינדסטריאל זון, קריית מלאכי, תימורים אינדסטריאל זון, אל-עזי, ערוגות, כפר מנחם, אורות, כפר אחים, ינון, כפר הריף ורעם ג'נקשן, אחווה, תלמי יחיאל, חצור, רעם אינדסטריאל פארק, חצב, בני רעם, רבדים, בני איש, גני תר, חפץ חיים, בית חלקיה, יד בנימין, נווה מבטח, קנות, קנות Industrial Zone, גדרה, קדרון,
קריית מלאכי, יואב, Train Station, גדרה Industrial Zone, רבדים Industrial Zone, מודיעין, מכבים, רעות,
אבנת,
שדה בר,
Alarm, Atlit, Daliat al-Carmel, Isfia, Tirat Carmel, Haifa, Neve Sha'anan and Ramot Carmel, Nesher, Haifa West,
Haifa, Carmel, Hadar, and Lower City,
Kiryat Ata, Shefar'am, Haifa Bay, Kiryat Bialik, Kiryat Motzkin, Kiryat Yam, Sachnin, Haifa, Kiryat Chaim and Kiryat Shmuel, Yokneam the Moshava and Hazorea, Habonim and Ayala, Ofer, Eliakim, Yokneam Ilit, Givat, Yifat, Ramat David, Kfar HaChoresh, Mashhad, Mitzpeh Netofa, Salama, Carmiel, Majd al-Krum, Michmanim, Kafar Kana, Turan, Elabun, Masad, Tefachot, Chazon, Jadede Makar, Kamon, Ras al-En, Tal-El, Be'ina, Carmiel Industrial Zone, Pelech, Tuval, Sarid, Migdal HaEmek, Genigar, Yafia, Nazareth, Iksal, Nov HaGalil, Kaduri, En Mahil, Bet Keshet, Kfar Kama, Ilania, Sde Ilan, Kfar Nehar HaYarden, Givat Avni, Lavi, Kidmat Galil Industrial Zone, Hodayot, Mitzpeh, Kfar Chitim, Kfar Zetim, Arbel, Wadi El Hamam, Migdal, Ginosar, Ravid, Livnim, Majhar, Kalanit, Chukok, Kadarim, Moran, Kfar Hanania, Golani Memorial Site, Salmon Prison,
Nabi Shoeb, Kfar Baruch Train Station,
Foradis, Meir Shefeya, Ramot Menashe, Dalia, Dor, Bat Shelomo, Ramat HaShofet, Mishmar HaEmek, Mevo Carmel Industrial Zone, En HaEmek, Balfouria, Kfar Baruch, Kfar Gidon, Achuzat Barak, Mizra, Tel Adashim, Dovrat, Daburia, Shibli, Kfar Tavor, Shadmot Devora, Sharona, Rechan, Shaked, Katsir, Tal Menashe, Chinanit, Kfar Kara, Ar Ara, En El Sala, Al Arian, El Fachem, Mei Ami, Regavim, Muawiyah, Givat Nili, Ma'ale Iron, Galed, Givat Oz, Amikam, Kibbutz Megiddo, Akko, Nachef, Shezor, En El Asad, Bustan HaGalil, Har Chalutz, Lochamei HaGetaot, Abu Sanan, Lapidot, Pisas Mia, Regba, Nes Amim, Bet HaEmek, Oshrat, Amka, Migdal Tefen,
Shachak Industrial Zone,
Afula, Der El Asad, Yerka, Farod,
Thank you.
Alarm. חמדת. ארגמן. רועי.
This is Mesa with a test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is Mesa with a test count out. Test count out. This is Mesa with a test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Mesa with a test count.
Alarm. Holon. Mikveh Yisrael. Or Yehuda. Yehud Monoson. Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa. Tel Aviv East. Savyon, Ramat Gan East. Elad, Kiryat Ono. Givatayim, Ramat Gan West. Bnei Brak. Givat Shmuel, Rosh Ha'ayin. Petach Tikva. Modi'in Maccabim Reut. Nest Ziona. Ramla. Be'er Yaakov. Rishon LeZion East. Lod. Rishon LeZion West. Shoham. Bat Yam. Kfar Bin Nun. Petachia. Gan Shlomo. Kfar Bilu. Ramot Meir. Bet Uziel. Mishmar Ayalon. Rehovot. Ganei Hadar. Na'an. Sitria. Tel Aviv Center. Tel Aviv Yarkon Banks. Gibeton. Ayanot. Bet Oved. Bet Hanan. Irus. Palmachim. Morasha Cemetery. Kochav Yaakov. Alarm! Haifa, Neve Sha'anan and Ramot Carmel. Haifa West.
Haifa, Carmel, Hadar, and Lower City.
Kiryat Ata. Shefar'am. Haifa Bay. Kiryat Bialik. Kiryat Motzti. Kiryat Yam. Sachnin. Carmiel. Akko. Deir El Asad. Yerka. Naharia. Haifa. Kiryat Chaim and Kiryat Shmuel. Hachotrim. Tirat Carmel. Kfar Galim. Nesher. Alarm! Khawalid, Ras Ali, Sawad Khumera, Bir Al Maksur, Adi, Khanaton, Kfar Manda, Ar Abba, Avtalion, Hararit, Yachad, Der Khana, Tefachot, Majhar, Lotem and Hamdon, Salama, Khazon, Ras Al En, Moran, Kfar Hanania, Rama, En El Asad, Beit Jan, Tel Regev Cemetery, Ilania, Kfar Nehar Hayarden, Turan, Givat Avni, Bet Rimon, Lavi, Kidmat Galil Industrial Zone, Hodayot, Mitzpeh, Boene Nujidat, Kfar Chitim, Kfar Zetim, Arbel, Wadi El Hamam, Migdal, Ginosar, Livnim, Kalanit, Chukok, Kachal, Amirim, Kfar Shamai, Ma'alot Tarshicha, Ma'ona, Chorfesh, Mi'ilya, Manot, Hila, Abirim,
Miluot Industrial Zone North.
Liman, Goran, Golani Memorial Site, Sde Meron School, Salmon Prison,
Safed Akbara,
Rumat Al-Haib, Rumana, Mitzpeh Netofa, Elabun, Masad, Ravid, Kadarim, Farod, Shefer, Tsuriel, Avdon, Matsuba,
Nabi Shoeb, Safed City,
Rosh Pina,
Safed Nov Kinneret,
Tuba Zangaria, Mahanaim Landing Pad, Mahanaim, Ramat Dalton Industrial Zone, Matat, Kerem Ben Zimra, Karkom, Dovrat, Nazareth, Iksal, Daburia, Shibli, Kfar Tavor, Nov Hagalil, Shadmot Devora, Kfar HaChoresh, Kaduri, Ilut, Reine, En Mahil, Bet Keshet, Kfar Kama, Sharona, Shimshit, Mashhad, Tzipori, Kafar Kana, Sdei Ilan, Hoshaya, Tziporit Industrial Zone, Tiberias, Ayelet HaShachar, Rihania, Sde Eliezer, Dovev, Bar-Am, Alma, Yeron, Dishon, Avivim, Ramot Naftali, Malkiah, Merom Golan, Elrom, Odem, Bukata, Mas'ade, Nimrod, Ortal, En Zivan, Sha'al, Majdal Shams,
Matzok Orvim,
En Kinya, Neve Ativ,
Ramat Trump,
Anyam, Kfar Hanasi, Keshet, Katrin, Mishmar Hayarden, Gadot, Kidmat Tzvi, Alonei Habashan, Yisod Hama'ala, Chulata, Gonen, Lehavot Habashan, Shamir, Katsarin Industrial Zone, Geva Carmel, En Carmel, Neve Yam, Atlit, Daliat Al Carmel, En Chud, En Hod, Yamin Ord Youth Village, Isfia, Megadim, Bet Tzvi, Oranim, Givat Wolfson, Sha'ar Ha'amakim, Bet Oren, Yagur, Kfar Hasidim, Basmat Tabun, רכסים, איבטין, נופית, הרדוף, ניר עציון Industrial Zone, קישון Prison, צירופה, מירב Center, טירה, טייבה, קדימה, צורן, קלנסווה, באקה אל-גרבייה, חריש, אל פחם, תל אביב Center, רמת גן West, בני ברק, תל אביב, ירקון בנקס, פתח תקווה, רמת השרון, הוד השרון, הרצליה Center and גליל ים, הרצליה West, כפר סבא, כפר שמריהו, רעננה, נתניה East, נתניה West, עמק חפר Industrial Zone, חדרה East, אור יהודה, יהוד מונוסון, סביון, אלעד, ראש העין, כפר קאסם, לוד, אריאל, קרני שומרון, שוהם, אשדוד, 11, 12, 15, 17, Marine City, אשדוד, ח', ט', י', י' ג', י' ד', ט' ז', גן יבנה, אשדוד, ג', ו', ז', אשדוד, א', ב', ד', ה', גדרה, יבנה, רחובות, חולון, מקווה ישראל, תל אביב איסט, רמת גן איסט, קריית אונו,
מודיעין מכבים רעות,
נס ציונה, רמלה, באר יעקב, ראשון לציון איסט, ראשון לציון ווסט, בת ים, תל אביב, Southern City and Jaffa, גבעתיים, גבעת שמואל, כפר רות, מודיעין עילית, עין עירון, כפר קרא, מועאוויה, כפר אוריה, צלפון, גיזו, הראל, נווה שלום, לטרון, מבוא חורון, דולב, טלמון, חרשה, נריה,
כרם רעים,
אשקלון North, קריית מלאכי, אשקלון South, אילון, יערה, אדמית, שומרה, שתולה, זרעית, בית שאן, עפולה, חמדת, רותם, שדמות מחולה, מחולה, סזריה Industrial Zone, אור עקיבא, שילה, אחיה, מעלה אפרים, גיתית, עדי עד, קידה, שבות רחל, בית אל, עופרה, כוכב השחר, עמיחי. Bethlehem of Galilee, Chajajere, Achotrim, Tirat Carmel, Haifa, Neve Sha'anan and Ramot Carmel, Nesher, Haifa West,
Haifa, Carmel, Hadar and Lower City,
Kiryat Ata, Kfar HaMakabi, Ramat Yochanan, Usha, Haifa Bay, Kiryat Bialik, Kfar Bialik, Iblin, Demede, Kiryat Motzkin, Kiryat Yam, Afek, Tamra, Sha'ar Naaman Industrial Zone, Achihud, Barlev Industrial Zone, Jadede Makar, Beina, Carmiel Industrial Zone, Deir El Asad, Bustan Hagalil, Har Chalutz, Harashim, Bet HaEmek, Chosen, Haifa, Kiryat Chaim and Kiryat Shmuel,
Kiryat Bialik Industrial Zone,
Shefar'am, Sachnin, Carmiel, Akko, Yirka, Regba, Kfar Tikva, Alonim, Shavet Zion, Mazra'a,
Khawalid,
Ras Ali, Sawad Khumera, Bir Al-Maksur, Adi, Khanaton, Kfar Manda, Ar Abba,
Avtalion,
Hararit, Yachad, Der Khana, Lotem and Hamdon, Salama, Tel Regev Cemetery, Tefachot, Majhar, Chazon, Ras Al-En, Moran, Kfar Hanania, Rama, En El Asad, Beit Jan, Yokneam Elite Industrial Zone, Migdal HaEmek,
Safed City,
Naharia, Ma'alot Tarshiha,
Safed Akbara, Safed Nov Kinneret,
Matat,
Miluot Industrial Zone North,
Liman, Betzet, Shalomi, Rosh Hanikra,
Betzet Beach,
Shimshit, Tzipori, Hoshaya, Tziporit Industrial Zone,
Tiberias, Ramot, Kanaf, Ma'ale Gamla, Karkom, Rosh Pina, Tuba Zangaria, Sachar Industrial Zone, Biria, Chatzor Haglilit, Mahanaim Landing Pad, Machanaim, Kadita, Amuka, Jish Gush Chalav, Dalton, Ramat Dalton Industrial Zone, Kerem Ben Zimra, Rihania, Dovev, Bar-Am, Almagor, Safed City, Safsufa, Kfar Choshen, Or Haganuz, Tzivon, Nazareth, Nov Hagalil, Kfar HaChoresh, Kaduri, Ilut, Reine, En Mahil, Bet Keshet, Kfar Kama, Mashhad, Kafar Kana, Sdei Ilan, Sharona, Poria Neve Oved. Beitar Elite, Jerusalem Center, Jerusalem South, Ma'ale Adumim, Nevaseret Zion, Jerusalem East, Abu Ghosh, Jerusalem North, Jerusalem West, Efrat, Rosh Tzurin, Bet Shemesh, Sde Bar, Elazar, Barosh Industrial Zone, Nachshon, Mini Israel Nachshon. Kfar Uriah, Selafon, Gizo, Harel, Neve Shalom, Latrun, Mevo Haron. Ishi, Tzor'a, Hartuv, Tzor'a Industrial Zone, Retorno, Givat Shemesh, Tarum, Eshtaol, Taoz, Mesilat Zion. Tal Shachar, Mishmar David, Bekoa, Karmei Yosef, Kfar Bin Nun, Mishmar Ayalon, Sha'alvim, Modi'in, Yishpro Center, Modi'in Maccabim Reut, Kfar Rut, Dolev, Aviezer, Netiv Halamed Hey, Zecharia, Sdot Micha, Gefen, Tirosh, Yesodot, Netzer Hazani, Hulda, Pedaya, Petachia, Bet Uziel, Gezer, Lapid, Kfar HaOranim, Neve Michael, Rogalit, Agur, Mazkeret Batya, Ganei Yochanan, Kiryat Ekron, Givat Brenner, Yatzitz, Gan Shlomo, Kfar Bilu, Ramot Meir, Rehovot, Ganei Hadar, Na'an, Sitria, Azariah, Kfar Shmuel, Gibeton, Bet Hashmonai, Matzliach, Yad Rambam, Yashresh, Modi'in Ligad Center, Ramla, Nesher Industrial Zone, Ramla, Shilat, Gimzo, Hashmonaim, Modi'in Ilit, Kfar Daniel, Mevo Modi'im, Matityahu, Srigim Leon, Luzit, Wadi al-Na'am South, Abu Krinat, Abu Tlul, Segev Shalom, Se'elim, Gevulot, Be'er Sheva East, Nevatim, Talmei Eliyahu, Tel Sheva, Sawa, Hatzerim, Be'er Sheva West, Umbetin, Omer, Lakia, Ofakim, Chura, Urim, Maslul, Merchavim Educational Campus, Gilat, Peduim, Tifrach, Eshel Hanasi, Karmit, Kramim, Be'er Sheva North, Be'er Sheva South, Dudaim Site, Al Said, Sede Nitzan, Tzohar, Ohad, Kseife, Marit, Meitar, Karabin, Givot Bar, San Sana, Ar Ara Banegev, Tel Arad. Alfora,
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Avnat. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Kalya. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Mishor Adumim Industrial Zone. Mitzpeh Yericho. Ma'ale Adumim, Kedar, Kfar Adumim. Alon. Nofei Parat. Almon.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Jerusalem Center. Jerusalem East. Jerusalem North. Geva Binyamin. Sha'ar Binyamin Industrial Zone. Migron. Jerusalem Atarot Industrial Zone. Kochav Yaakov. Alarm. Mikveh Yisrael. Or Yehuda. Yehud Monoson. Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa. Tel Aviv East. Savyon, Ramat Gan East. Elad, Kiryat Ono. Tel Aviv Center. Givatayim, Ramat Gan West. Bnei Brak. Givat Shmuel. Rosh Ha'ayin. Tel Aviv Yarkon Banks. Petach Tikva. Kfar Kasem. Ramat HaSharon. Hod HaSharon. Herzliya Center and Galil Yam. Herzliya West. Kfar Sava. Karnei Shomron. Kfar Shemaryahu. Ra'anana. Tira. Taibe. Kadima Tzoran. Kalantzua. Holon. Mishmar HaShiv'a. Tirat Yehuda. Chevel Modi'in Industrial Zone. Azor. Ganot. Chemed. Bareket. Ofarim. Bet Aryeh. Ariel. Kfar Tapuach. Rishon LeZion East. Yagel. Bet Dagan. Kfar Chabad. Airport City. Bet Arif. Shoham. Bat Yam. Zafaria. Wingate Institute. Rishon LeZion West. Nofei Nehemiah. Udim. Achiezer. Zitan. Kfar Truman. Rechelim. Netanya East. Netanya West. Trifin Industries. Hadid. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Kochav HaShachar. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Adei-Ad. Kida. Amichai. Achia. Ma'ale Ephraim. מגדלים, גיתית. Alarm! תל אביב, ירקון בנקס. כפר קאסם, רמת השרון. אורנית, הוד השרון. חגור, חורשים, כפר ברה. ירקונה, הרצליה, סנטר וגליל ים. גני עם, אלישמע. ג'לג'וליה, ירחיב, הרצליה ווסט. גבעת חן, כפר סבא. כפר מלל, כפר שמריהו. רעננה, גן חיים. בית ברל, אייל. טירה, כוכב יאיר, צור יגאל. חירות, כפר הס. טייבה, בני דרור. כפר עבודה. כפר יעבץ. נתניה, איסט. גאולים. נתניה ווסט. שושנת העמקים. אביחיל. קרני שומרון. קדימה, צורן. קלנסווה. נעורים. בית חירות. בית ינאי. כפר ויטקין. אלישיב. חופית. כפר הרועה. חוגלה. גבעת חיים מאוחד. עין החורש. אחיטוב. מגל. עמק חפר אינדסטריאל זון. גאולי תימן. חיבת ציון. גבעת חיים איחוד. להבות חביבה. ג'ת. חרב לעת. שדה יצחק. אלעד. ראש העין. פתח תקווה. אריאל. שוהם. רחובות. חולון. מקווה ישראל. אור יהודה. יהוד מונוסון. תל אביב איסט. סביון. רמת גן איסט. קריית אונו. גבעתיים. רמת גן ווסט. בני ברק. גבעת שמואל. מודיעין מכבים רעות. נס ציונה. רמלה. באר יעקב. ראשון לציון איסט. לוד. ראשון לציון ווסט. תל אביב, Southern City and Jaffa. תל אביב Center. בת ים. יבנה. כפר הנגיד. פלמחים. גבעת זאב. תל ציון. כוכב יעקב. ייטב. נערן. ג'רוזלם כפר עקב. בית גמליאל. גאליה. בית שאן. תלמי אלעזר. יסודות. נצר הזני. משמר דוד. מזכרת בתיה. חולדה. בקוע. גני יוחנן. קריית עקרון. גבעת ברנר. בית אלעזרי. אליכין. בקה אל גרביה. חדרה איסט. חדרה ווסט. חדרה סנטר. חדרה נווה חיים. פרדס חנה קרקור. חריש. סיזריה. אור עקיבא. אל פחם. משואה. עתלית, דליית אל כרמל, עספיא, טירת כרמל, חיפה, נווה שאנן ורמות כרמל, נשר, חיפה ווסט, חיפה, כרמל, הדר and lower city, קריית אתא, שפרעם, חיפה ביי, קריית ביאליק, קריית מוצקין, קריית ים, חיפה, קריית חיים וקריית שמואל, רמת דוד, תמרת, עילוט, ציפורי, הושעיה, ציפורית אינדסטריאל זון, רומת אל חייב, יודפת, רקפת, משגב, ריג'נל סנטר, קבול, עצמון, סגב, עכו, אינדסטריאל זון, עין המפרץ. יסעור, סכנין, כרמיאל, עכו, דיר אל אסד, ירקה. כליל, נהריה, עברון, נתיב השיירה, שייח דנון, יחיים, בן עמי, כברי, סער, גשר הזיו, נהריה, ניו סמטרי, מגדל העמק, גבעת, יפעת, נזרת, כפר החורש, ריינה, ינוח, ג'ת, מגדל תפן, געתון, רמה, פיסרה סמיה, חרשים, פקיעין, כפר ורדים, עין יעקב, נווה זיו, פקיעין החדשה, יוקנעם זה מושבה and הזורע, נוף הגליל, עין מהיל, קדרים, כפר חנניה, עין אל-אסד, אמירים, פרוד, שפר, בית ג'ן, חוסן, מעלות תרשיחא, מעונה, צוריאל, מעיליה, מנות, יפיע, עופר, מבוא כרמל אינדסטריאל זון, הבונים, עין איילה, אליקים, עין העמק, כרם מהר"ל, יוקנעם עילית, כפר ברוך, מזרע, שריד, גניגר, אכסל, כפר ברוך טריין סטיישן, ארגמן, בקעות, רועי, חמדת, דור, רמת השופט, היוגב, בלפוריה, כפר גדעון, תל עדשים, הילה,
מילואות Industrial Zone North,
לימן, עבדון, גורן, מצובה, אילון, גורנות הגליל, בצת, שלומי, יערה, ראש הנקרה, חניתה, אדמית, ערב אל-רמשה,
בצת ביץ',
קדמת גליל Industrial Zone, כפר חיטים, ארבל, ואדי אל-חמאם, מגדל, לבנים, חוקוק, חורפש, אלקוש, אבירים, מתת, פסוטה, נטועה, שדה מירון סקול, גן נר, מעגן מיכאל, בנימינה אורט סקול, גבעת נילי, מעלה עירון, חבר סנטר, יעל סטלמנטס, נורית, זיכרון יעקב, גלעד, גבעת עוז, גדעונה, תל יוסף, מעיין צבי, עמיקם, אומן סטלמנטס, יזרעאל, כפר יחזקאל, קיבוץ מגידו, מבואות הגלבוע Industrial Zone, קבוצת גבע, פורדיס, מאיר שפיה, דליה, עין השופט, מדרך עוז, רמת צבי, מולדת, בת שלמה, עפולה, מרחביה מושב, מרחביה קיבוץ, סולם, נאורה, טייבה גלבוע, עד דחי, נין, אלון התבור Industrial Zone, תמרה גלבוע, אחוזת ברק, גזית, דוברת, כפר מסר, עין דור, דבוריה,
גלבוע סקי ריזורט,
רמות מנשה, משמר העמק, בנימינה, ג'יסר אזרקה, בית חנניה, בית השיטה, כפר קיש, שיבלי, כפר תבור, כדורי, בית קשת, שדמות דבורה, כפר קמה, שרונה, שדה אילן, גינוסר, כחל, כורזים, ורד הגליל, עמיעד, אליפלת, כפר שמאי,
ספד סיטי,
מירון, ביריה, מירום גליל, ריג'נל סנטר, בר יוחאי, חדיתה, ספסופה, כפר חושן, אור הגנוז, ססה,
ספד אקברה, ספד נוף כנרת,
בית יוסף, ירדנה, נווה אור, גשר,
אשדוד יעקב,
מנחמיה, אפיקים, מסדה, בית זרע, שער הגולן, יבנאל, דגניה ב',
צמח,
אלומות, כנרת קבוצה, דגניה א', מעגן, תל קציר, פוריה וורק וילג', כנרת מושבה, בית ירח, פוריה עילית, פוריה נווה עובד, הזורעים, בני עטרות, גבעת כוח, בארות יצחק, נופך, אלעד, מזור, נחשונים, תל אביב, ירקון בנקס, כפר קאסם, רמת השרון, אורנית, הוד השרון, נווה ירק, חגור, חורשים, כפר ברה, ירקונה, נירית, הרצליה, סנטר וגליל ים, גני עם, אלישמע, ג'לג'וליה, ירחיב, מתן, הרצליה ווסט, גבעת חן, כפר סבא, כפר מלל, נווה ימין, כפר שמריהו, רעננה, גן חיים, בית ברל, ניר אליהו, גינטון, בן שמן